تيست كده يا احمد. تمام. تيست. تيست. تمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تشيك بلاتس. الو. تمام.
Okay. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. So, okay. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Regional Center training on water study to participate in our 3 days training on the WASSMO and the AfricaSan Indicator. So we have the privilege to have the official here. We have Dr. Agap Adehazim, who is the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? We have Engineer Tarek El Sahed, who is the head of this beautiful center. We have Professor Abu Zaid, who is a regional director at Sedare, and Professor Moshoud, who is a representative of AMCAO Executive Secretary. Okay, so we have participants coming from the North and East Africa, few of them coming from the Southern Africa, those who could not participate in our training in Botswana. So I will request the participant now to just introduce themselves, to give the opportunity to our host to know who is in this meeting room, and then we'll continue with the official ceremony. Please, so we'll start with here, to just introduce yourself, your name, the name of your institution, and your country, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edward Kutiju from AMCAO Secretariat.
Good morning. My name is WASSMO from the planning sector. It's nice to be here with you all. I hope we will all have a nice knowledge today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Obina Anna. I work with AMCAO Secretariat.
Savannah. My name is Alex Tarimo from the United Republic of Tanzania, Ministry of Water.
Good morning. My name Mukhtar Radi Salim, WASSMO Focal Point, Libya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamanni Abdurrahman from Sudan. Also, I'm a focal point of AfricaSan.
Nadia Babikir Ibrahim from Sudan, National Focal Point for WASSMO.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alberto Candido Lege. I work for the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, South Sudan, WASSMO Focal Point. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Mahal, the head of the Water and Sanitation, the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation, and the focal point for sanitation and hygiene.
Good morning. I'm called Arsad Ndaize from Rwanda. I work for Rwanda Water Resources Board and WASSMO Focal Point. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eli Angurare from Namibia. I'm Director of Water Supply and Sanitation Coordination in the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. And I'm also a WASSMO focal point, or focal person, rather.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Chimeze Uburu. I work for the African Ministers Council on Water. I support the monitoring and reporting functions at AMCAL, and I am also the youth lead at AMCAL, and I am from Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, the other table, please. Yes, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Farag Samhan, Egyptian Water and Wastewater Regulatory Agency from Egypt.
Good morning. My name is Mrs. Soya from Malawi. I'm working under the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. I'm the focal point for WASSMO. Thank you.
Good morning. Rahab Abu Kahla, SDG Unit, Cabmas, Egypt.
Good morning, Yasmin Hassan, SDG Unit, Cabmas, Egypt.
Good morning. My name is Fatin Zahran, working at Planning Sector, the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, Egypt.
Bonjour, Hassan Gay, Cabinet Ministre de l'Hydraulique et d'Assainissement Nouakchott, Mauritanie.
Morning. My name is Philip Pushona from Namibia, working for the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Reform.
Bonjour, je suis Wasli Abdelrahman, directeur de suivi de la gestion des systèmes hydrauliques en Tunisie et point focal WASSMO. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thierry Emmanuel. I work at the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Hygiene, Madagascar. I'm WASSMO focal point, Madagascar. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I come from Madagascar, Mrs. Shura Mayerson. I work at the Ministry of Water 2 and the Water Resources Department, point focal AfricaSan.
Good morning, Engineer Ines Ahmed, the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, Egypt. What's my focal point for Egypt?
Good morning. My name is Tahani Slate. I'm the head of Central Department for External Cooperation, and I'm COTAC. And I'd like to seize the opportunity to welcome you all and to thank you for responding, and to thank also the team for the training center for all the effort that they have exerted to make it happen with very short notice. Thank you very much, and I wish you have a good stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tahani. Please, the other table, the last table, please. Please use the mic. We can't hear you here.
Wafa Mahmoud, planning engineer at the holding company of Water and Wastewater, Ministry of Housing, Utilities and Urban Communities, Egypt.
Good morning, Dalia Hamdi, civil engineer at Nile Water Sector, Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, Egypt.
Bonjour, moi c'est Jeanne-Francine Mouzimana, du Burundi, ministère de l'Environnement, Agriculture et Élevage, de la Direction générale de l'Environnement, Ressources en eau et assainissement. Je suis la directrice de l'assainissement et de l'environnement. Merci.
Morning, my name is Yulinda Ikeza from Burundi.
in the Ministry of Environment, Agriculture and Livestock.
Yes, good morning. My name is Amur Selemani from United Republic of Tanzania, Ministry of Health, AfricaSan focal point.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jablan Tadzi from Malawi, from the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and the AfricaSan focal point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, sir, as you can see, we have the representative from Sudan, South Sudan, Madagascar, Namibia, Malawi, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, Libya, Mauritania, Tunisia, and then our Egyptian team here to participate in this 3 days meeting. The meeting has a simultaneous interpretation, English and French, and it's also hybrid. We also have some participants connecting online. So for this, we'll start now with our opening remark. We'll give the floor to Engineer Tarek El Sahed, the head of the RCTWS, to give us a welcome remark. Sir, over. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Patrice. Your Excellency, Dr. Ragab Abdul-Azim, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, Professor Mushoud, AMCAO representative, I'm sorry, I don't have the title, correct title, Dr. Khalid Abu Zaid Sidari. I would like to welcome you all, dear participants. Welcome at the Regional Center for Training and Water Studies. It's a pleasure to welcome you all. It's an honor that you have selected this location, this center, to host your meeting. In a very short notice, as Dr. Tahani mentioned, I would like to assure you that we promise to do our best to make your stay easy and happy for you all. So I would like to welcome you all. Please, for any logistics, any problems, any requirements, you can contact me. I'm in my office. You have the team working with you. So please try to enjoy your time and have good memories. And I wish you success for this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Tarek. So it's also an opportunity for us again to thank the government of Egypt who have accepted to host this event within the short notice. So thank you very much for all your support and our welcome since the airport and here. Thank you. So I will now give the floor to Professor Abu Zaid, who is Regional Director at SEDARE. We have been preparing this training and also with the support of the technical support of SEDARE. So Professor Abu Zaid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrice. Dr. Ragab Abdul-Azim, first Under Secretary of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation in Egypt. Dr. Professor Mushoud, representing the Executive Secretary of AMCAO. Dr. Tarek, of course, the head of the training center here at the ministry. Dr. Tahani, North Africa TAC representative. Ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of the ministries responsible for water in East Africa and North Africa, under the umbrella, of course, of the African Ministers' Council on Water. And on behalf of SEDARE, I would like to welcome you all to the training workshop on monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of the water and sanitation sector and the WASSMO and ENGOR system, and to welcome you in your second home, Egypt. Water is life, of course. It is essential for all developmental activities and for the livelihood of all. Water challenges are immense in Africa and all over the world. It is a challenge when it's scarce, such as in a country like Egypt, where the per capita share of renewable water resources, mainly from the Nile, is about 560 cubic meters per capita per person per year, which is less than the water scarcity limit known as 1,000 cubic meters per capita per year. And will reach soon in the couple of years ahead the severe water scarcity limit of 500 cubic meters per capita per year. Water is also a challenge when it is in abundance or when intense rainfall is falling in short duration, such as the case of floods in several African countries and flash floods, or during extreme events, which are nowadays exacerbated by the climate change effects. The actions required to face these water challenges are huge, ranging from finding that adequate and appropriate water resources to treatment, pumping, and supplying clean water for domestic uses and adequate water for agriculture and industrial uses. This also includes collecting, treatment, and safely disposing of wastewater and agricultural drainage. And in many cases, such as here also in Egypt, the need to reuse this wastewater and agricultural drainage. Egypt hosts the large water treatment and reuse plant in the world, known as Bahr al-Bakr, and is currently also building an even bigger one to reuse every drop of water several times. Actions to face the challenges include water savings programs, use of domestic water saving devices, use of modern irrigation methods, even rain-fed agriculture, and dealing with rainfall variability and supplemental irrigation by groundwater while maintaining safe yields of groundwater aquifers are challenges and actions that are required. And on the other hand, constructing flood control structures to protect against water-driven disasters and also to make use of flood waters are also part of these actions that are required. Ladies and gentlemen, dealing with the challenges associated with blue water from surface water in rivers, streams, and lakes, and from groundwater, renewable and non-renewable, or challenges associated with green water from rain-fed agriculture, pasture, grazing lands, and forests, all need proper planning and management. And honorable guests, we cannot manage what we don't measure. And this training today here is about this important aspect of measurement through monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of the water sector through selected water indicators. We in SIDARI, representing the North African Secretariat for AMCAO, have worked extensively on this aspect with countries in North Africa through what is called the MWENA project, the Monitoring and Evaluation for Water in North Africa. And also with the 22 Arab countries covering countries in North Africa, East Africa, and even West Asia, through developing about 250 indicators to prepare on a regular basis what is called the triennial State of the Water report. We will remain at your disposal for any required assistance, not only in North Africa, but also in other regions of Africa as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful workshop and a pleasant, enjoyable stay in Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Bouzet, for this kind word. See, I noticed, I picked that we can manage what we can monitor. So now I will give the floor to Professor Moshood, who is a representative of AMCAO Executive Secretary for his remark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then with the permission of His Excellency, I want to stand up and reading this address. Yeah. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, who is unavoidably absent here today because of other competing assignments, I'm presenting this address to this gathering. Your Excellency, the representative of Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation, Arab Republic of Egypt, our respected Dr. Rajab Abdel Azim, the Deputy Minister, the representative of Sedaret, our respected Professor Khaled Zaid, and the head of RCTWS, Engineer Tarek Al-Zayed Kumbas, distinguished AMCO TAC members, AMCO Focal Point, MINE Focal Point, and partners and experts, and especially our active TAC member, Dr. Tahani, is one of our support, very active TAC member in AMCO. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of AMCO, Dr. Rashid Mbazera, I want to say best greetings to all of us and warm welcome to this AMCO training workshop. Today is not a day of long speech, but allow me to say a few remarks on behalf of the Executive Secretary, Dr. Rashid Mbazira. It is my delight to make this opening remark during this auspicious occasion of the training workshop on African water sanitation and water and sanitation sector monitoring, as well as the AfricaSan Ingo monitoring and reporting, WASSMO. This is the penultimate step towards officially launching the 2022 data collection campaign and the development of next water sanitation sector report. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the African Water Facilities and the African Development Bank and the government of Arab Republic of Egypt through the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, who have made it possible for us to have this event here at this magnificent training center. We extend our gratitude to the Honorable Minister and the management of this training center for the warm hospitality. We are really at home here, and we appreciate that hospitality. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the WASSMO report is our opportunity to bring a message to the African head of government and state. Currently, we cannot authoritatively, because of the insufficient information provided by member states, which in itself is a missed opportunity for raising a profile of water and sanitation issue at the national level and for development process. Therefore, reporting regularly to the African head of state and government will draw highest level of attention to the sector challenge. Hence, the training session is intended to strengthen this process of having enough data for the monitoring purpose. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are thus going to operationalize national coordinating platform to improve the completeness and the quality of the WASSMO data. And in doing so, we also need to initiate actions that will strengthen national level capacity for collecting, for analyzing, and for reporting the SDG, Sharm el-Sheikh, INGO, and other relevant commitments that our head of government has committed to. In doing so, also, we are also looking ahead to articulating the post-2025 African Water Vision. We know by 2025, the African Water Vision is going to end. So we need to look ahead. What will be the future of the post-2025 African Water Vision? And for this, we need to have more information from member states on the related target of the African Water Vision 2025. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the result of the 2021 WASSMO report showed that the enabling environment for water resources management and development is not yet very strong. So we need to do more. And the system for administering data management and information sharing needs to be strengthened. And that is why we are here. That's where this training for us to strengthen this process of data gathering and collection. Sustainable innovation financing for the sector is still a very challenging one, resulting in low universal access and equitable safe water supply, safely managed sanitation, basic hygiene, and challenges of open defecation in many other parts of African countries. So we need to look at this. So we therefore need to harmonize our effort if we are to effectively tackle all these mentioned challenges. Investment, financing at government and donor level need to be intensified. We need strong synergy for capacity development that has to build with the various monitoring initiatives at both regional, national, and global level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to say, much as we were able to produce the 2021 WASSMO report with key recommendations that I've just mentioned, the data collection process itself was not all that very smooth. There are challenges. And this training is a way to improve on those challenges and be able to overcome them. So only 38 out of 55 member states reported in the last WASSMO campaign. And even at that, less than 25% of the member states report up to 70% of the 44 indicators that we're supposed to report. So in this regard, we are calling for our concerted effort to change this alarming narrative. Now is the time to be intentional and about strengthening our monitoring and reporting system for informed decision. If we don't have this reporting with effective database, how do we make informed decision? And that is the essence of this training, for us to strengthen this reporting system, to be able to have data, reliable data that will be able to make informed decision. And also decision that will lead to determine the required investment in financing the water and sanitation sector of our dear continent. This is what makes the training being carried out in the next couple of days very important. The capacity of the M&E focal persons are very important in supporting this process. And it is a vital importance one for the success of our endeavor to have this monitoring process completed effectively. We therefore encourage all of us to participate effectively, and we also share the insight of how we want to learn. It's peer view. How do we, by sharing from you, from your experience, and can we collectively improve the WASSMO system to achieve the objective going forward? I'm aware of the establishment of the National Coordination Platform, and that is very important for WASSMO. Not only because the participation in this training is not limited, if you look at that, it's not limited to the water sector ministry, but it's a cross-cutting one. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment are also involved in adequate data collection. That is why the essence of this National Coordination Platform that we are talking about. I'm glad to inform you that AMCO is currently working towards collaborative mechanism with partners like UNICEF, WHO, and other UN agencies with data collection mandate to strengthen the National Coordination Platform. And we look forward to a future where WASSMO shall take its rightful place as the continental data clearing house for the water and sanitation sector in the African continent. Before I conclude, I would like to also refer to the speech of my respected Professor Abu Khalid. He mentioned two things, and I want to add the third thing, that water is a serious challenge. When it is too little, that means there is scarcity. The water security challenge will come. He mentioned the fact that when it is too much in the face of the emerging climate change, it's still a challenge because you have flash flood, you have all sorts of other environmental disasters that will accompany too much water. The third one that I think he possibly out of time, did not want to mention is that when water is also too dirty, polluted, is this also a problem? So these are all the aspects that this data gathering system is trying to focus on. We look at the quality, the quantity, and be able to make informed decisions. And without data, we can't make informed decisions. That is why the essence of this data gathering and monitoring system and the training to strengthen this process is very important. I would like to conclude my remark by wishing all of us a very engaging and fruitful deliberation to improve the quality of our sector report, and to the AU Head of State and Government. Once again, I want to thank the Deputy Ministers and the Government of Egypt and the Center here for giving us this opportunity of hosting this event. We appreciate, we feel at home here, and we thank you, and I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you. Sukran.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Moshood, for this word on behalf of Dr. Rashid Basira. So now we give the floor to the representative of the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation, Dr. Hagab Abdelhazim, who is the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation of Egypt. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. I think I have to do this. Professor Moshood, Dr. Khalid Abu Zaid, Dr. Tariq, Chairman of Training Center. I'd like to welcome all of you to the table. On behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Muhammad Abdul Ati, I'd like to welcome all you in your second home in Egypt to attend this very important workshop, WASSMO. I'd also like to seize this opportunity to express my appreciation of AMCAO, understanding that the water and sanitation challenges of the Africa continent cannot be overcome by a single sector of society. It needs collaborative action to develop a robust and equitable solution for managing water resources and delivering water supply and sanitation services. I think the challenges, as my colleagues talked about, in Africa countries like Egypt, everywhere, may be the same. Especially in Egypt, we suffer from water scarcity, as mentioned by my colleagues here. We are at the absolute water scarcity level, where the per capita reaches 500 cubic meter per year. And this is a big challenge to Egypt. In addition to impact of climate changes, increase in population, increase in annual demand for drinking, for agriculture, to achieve or reduce the gap in the food security. So, in fact, in Egypt, to overcome these challenges, we start with establishing a water strategy to secure the water up to 2050. This strategy, was based on 4 main pillars. First is to enhance water quality, to treat the available drainage water, the sewage water, and to make use of it to compensate and reduce the gap between water availability and water demand. As Dr. Khalid mentioned, this year we established the biggest treatment plant over the world, which is Bahr al-Bakr treatment for sewage and drainage water, and the water now is available to overcome part of water shortage in Egypt. We are also implementing another treatment plant in Western Delta for the same purpose. So we are looking for each drop of water, even drainage, even the salinity reaches in some places 2,000 parts per million. But we are looking for this drop of water and make use of it. We have really big challenges. As I mentioned, when population increases, it means the drinking water also increases. So we are looking for different solutions, not only for the fresh water available, which is very limited, but also we went for desalination, you know, and we had a policy in Egypt that all new coastal cities will depend on desalination of water, you know, instead of the Nile water. This it shows how severe is water situation now in Egypt, but we have to find solutions. The government also started a very mega project about lining the canals. We have a program to rehabilitate and line 20,000 kilometers of branch canals. We really completed 5,000 now, out of this 2,000 kilometers, you know, and we are in progress trying to complete the rehabilitation over the next few years, 2 years or 3 years. In Egypt also, we shifted to modern irrigation. Modern irrigation is very useful not only to meet the water shortage, but also to increase the crop productivity. And really farmers in Egypt are very happy with this program. The government of Egypt provided soft loan without interest to be recovered over 10 years. And that encouraged farmers to increase the area of modern irrigation. And we reached now about 1.2 million faddans. We are continuing, we are in progress to trying to overcome the whole old land, about 3.7 million faddan with modern irrigation. For rainfall harvesting, we have good projects. I mean, we established about 1,500 water structure to capture the rainfall and make use of it for the remote areas like Bedouins, and to protect the structures, the roads from the hazards of the rainfall storms. Really, we have many projects to deal with this water scarcity, and I'd like also this gathering to look to the Egyptian experience and also learn from each other. I think we have in African countries, we have also similar projects. Through discussions, we can learn from these programs. The very important point I heard from my colleagues also about measurements. You know, we can manage what we measure, and we have a very successful monitoring program here in Egypt. You can also look at equipped with telemetry system that provides water data every hour, and the decision in Egypt is made based on the telemetry data. And I think, as I heard, you can visit this telemetry system in the ministry and look how this system, in the last day, and it's very, very important really to visit this center and show how to make use of this data to improve the decision, and not only telemetry system for canals, but also we have a forecasting center, you know, to forecast about the rainfall, and the government can be able to mitigate any hazards of the rainfall. Dear brothers and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the importance of the opportunity available to Egypt during the presidency of AMCAO in 2023, Egypt is committed to serve the African continent with excellence in order to realize the Africa Water Vision 2025 and Africa Agenda 2063, and to accelerate progress in achieving sustainable development goals, in particular SDG 6. In addition to support AMCAO roles on providing political leadership, policy direction, and advocacy in the provision, use, and management of water resources for sustainable social and economic development. We are looking forward for AMCAO participation in the 5th Cairo Water Week, which will be held in October 22, that will be held under the title Water at the Heart of Climate Action. And those recommendations will be submitted to the Water Pavilion held on the sidelines of the COP27, hosted by Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh next November. As a representative of Africa continent, taking into consideration the importance of this event as a golden opportunity to present the challenges of the brown continent in the field of water and the importance of these challenges to receive sufficient international attention, especially in Africa countries, and to provide the necessary funding to confront them, as the water is the most vulnerable element to climate change. We all look forward to preserve a united continent and materialize the interest of all member states, aiming at achieving the development in all countries. And at the end of my speech, I wish you all the best and successful workshop and a good stay here in Egypt. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hagab Abdelhazim, for this kind word and to officially open this meeting. So we'll go out now for the family photo with our official, please. Obina, can you show us where we will take the picture, please? So we follow our colleague. He will show us where to take the picture. We will start our presentation. Okay, so thank you very much. Yes, so we have been doing the interview of some of the participants. So now we'll start the training. So before starting, so we want to know the expectation of all the participants, okay? All of you who are here, we want to know your expectation. And we will use this. Genevieve, please, can you assist me, please? Please. I want to present. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, please, we'll start with our training. Before that, we want to know your expectation, okay? Your expectation at the end of the training. So for that, we will use this online tool to know your expectation. Please kindly go online. You type www.menti.com, www.menti.com, and you enter the code. You have the code 5472. Menti.com, www.menti.com, and then they will request for a code.
How we can get the code?
Menti.com, and you enter the code 54.
Are we going to Google?
Menti, not Mentimeter, but Menti.com.
Menti, M-E-N-T-E.
M-E-T-I.
T-I.
Thank you. MENTI.com. C-O-M. And a password.
Can you
request for a password?
Please,
you can use your phone directly, please. You can use your phone to enter your expectation, or your computer. Use the browser.
MT.
So the code is there in the chat. You will see 54.
Let me see.
72.
Yes. I got it.
And
I
4.
see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The code
Tell
is
me the password. 72.
4.
Can you repeat, please, the password? Repeat, please. 72.
43.
72 43
4.
4. 73 43 4.
Is it okay?
Okay, let me submit. The code could not be found.
74, 72.
Okay, 74, 72. 74, 72.
Oui, now, once you have the.
Can you please repeat the password? 74, 72, and
54. Emmanuel, please help me to support the 54, 72.
Okay, 54, 72. 54, 74.
Just write and submit.
Can you please repeat again the password? 54, start for 54, 72.
No, it's
74. Hello. Hello, please. The password is not
the
correct.
password is 74, 74, 72, 43, and 4.
Sorry, please let me do it. 70, 72,
43, and 4.
43, 4.
Or even for francophone, you can write your expectation. Quelles sont vos attentes par rapport à la formation? Vous pouvez écrire en français.
72.
72, 43, and 4. Use the browser. The code is there in the chat. You will see 54.
Please, the password is not correct. It's not correct. The
password is on the chat for those who are connected online. So it's 54, 72, 43, and 4. Is it okay for everyone? You can submit your expectation in English and French.
72.
Mr. Yusuf.
72,
44.
4.
On the page now. Okay, so we started to receive the expectation. So we have 7 people connected in the system. Knowledge enough to report efficiently to the 44 WASSMO indicator. In new to the AfricaSan Go monitoring, I expect to learn the fundamental of data collection and reporting, and also the tool use and be able to produce required report. Learn how to use WASSMO effectively. Discuss the challenge that countries face while fulfilling the WASSMO. But in French now is renforcer les connaissances, surtout au niveau des données et des indicateurs dont le calcul fait intervenir plusieurs paramètres. En plus, l'analyse du cadre des dépenses du secteur de l'eau. Okay, that is good. So this comment is more or less on the finance sector of water. Discuss some specific indicator, clarifying some inquiry, more understanding for the whole system. All the African and indicator whole be well understood and reported. So one of the participants say his expectation is to be more familiar with the WASSMO indicator. I hope to calculate indicator about the SG6. At the end, I expect to learn and understand how to use WASSMO data system and the whole process of reporting. Better understanding of destination of all indicators learned from other countries. And my expectation is to be able to understand all WASSMO indicator and be able to navigate the reporting system and fill the required format. I hope calculate indicator SG6 to understand the relationship between WASSMO and AfricaSan Go monitoring. Savoir quels sont les indicateurs clés et avoir des expériences sur le rapportage. So this person from The French-speaking want to know how, what are the key indicators of the WASSMO and the experience on reporting. Okay, the expectation of one of you is discuss some specific indicator, clarifying some inquiry, more understanding for the whole system. At the end, I expect to learn and understand how to use WASSMO data system and the whole process of reporting. Okay, so I want to gain knowledge. What I'm reading is your feedback, what you sent through the application. I want to gain knowledge about WASH indicator and participation training certificate. Improve writing skill by Abdistizak Somalia, AfricaSan Focal Point. Renforcer les capacités techniques et professionnelles sur le rapportage des indicateurs. So strengthen the capacity, the capacity on the reporting of WASSMO indicator. Okay, so shall we move to the next point in our agenda? I think all of you have submitted your expectation. So it's from that we'll evaluate how far we have gone with our training and see also how we can also improve or update our presentation today. Okay, so thank you very much for submitting your expectation. So we'll continue with, do you have any other expectation that were not submitted here? If you can take the mic, if somebody has any expectation. Any other expectation, please, that is not captured here. Okay. So this presentation will be shared with you. All this presentation will be shared with you at the end of the training. Okay. So we'll start with an overview of the WASSMO system. What is WASSMO for you? Okay. Please, can somebody here tell us about what is the WASSMO? Somebody have experience working with us on the WASSMO? Please. Can just raise your hand and then we'll give you the floor. What is the WASSMO? Vous pouvez parler en français aussi. So it's okay. What is the WASSMO, please? Can somebody tell us what is the WASSMO? You want to say something? Okay, so Engineer Inas want to say something.
WASSMO is a system for monitoring and reporting water and sanitation sectors to recognize the gap or the challenges faces this sector and to overcome it.
Okay, thank you very much, Inas. Other comments, please, in addition of what Inas said, please. Dr. Nadia, you want to say something? Use the mic, please.
WASSMO is a group of Africa Ministry of Water, and there is a representative for WASSMO from each country member in this group. It is water and sanitation monitoring system. It's a system for information for water and sanitation in African country submitted by software.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nadia. Any other comment from what Dr. Nadia said? Or okay, yes, Abdurrahman, please.
Oui, WASSMO, c'est plutôt, c'est plus qu'un système, c'est une plateforme qui nous donne une image sur l'état du lieu, des ressources en eau, sous ces diverses dimensions, état des lieux, finances, gouvernance, institutionnelle, genre, toutes les dimensions du secteur des ressources en eau en Afrique. Ça sera la base de toute notre approche de reporting. Merci.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdurrahman from Tunisia. So he's saying that WASSMO is not only the system, it's not only a system. So he gave you the information about the different sector, finance and other areas. Peter Mahal, and then Mr. Peter Mahal, please.
Yeah. I think a bit it is an advanced Pan-African monitoring and reporting system that actually culminated from when there were these what they started first, AfricaSan 2, when they started to have the data on reporting on the Itequini declaration, but it has moved from having just only colored and giving some kind of reporting. It is advanced way of reporting that was made available online by AMCA and was launched officially, I think in 2014, if I can just remember. So it is a development of that kind of reporting on the data on water, sanitation, and hygiene monitoring. Thank you, Pan-African.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Peter Mahal, who is our tag from South Sudan. So last one from Mr. Thierry Emmanuel from Madagascar.
Merci beaucoup. En fait, WASSMO, c'est une plateforme ou des systèmes qui va alerter le décideur parce qu'il travaille étroitement avec l'AMCO, le Conseil des ministres africains. Donc, il va donner des informations fiables afin que le décideur va faire la décision par rapport à la situation en Afrique. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Thierry Emmanuel. So, yes, everything you have said you are right. So the WASSMO is a system. It can give us more information about the water sector of our countries. So the WASSMO, the acronym is Africa Water Supply and Sanitation Sector Monitoring, Africa Water Supply and Sanitation Sector Monitoring and Reporting. So this is the acronym of the WASSMO. And the WASSMO was developed in 2011 by AMCA with the support of our partners. So initially we have around 15 indicators under the WASSMO, and the system has been improved in 2016 with the support of the Africa Water Facility project from the AFDB. And then the system was reviewed in 2020, reviewed and approved by our the M&E focal point, where we moved from 15 indicators to 44 indicators under the WASSMO that cut across the different value chain of the water within our country. So The WASSMO was established in order to comply a directive from our head of states and government for AMCAO to report annually on progress made in the implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment on water and sanitation. So our head of state met here in Egypt in 2008, and they agree on some level of commitment to improve the water and sanitation sector in Africa. AMCAO has received a mandate to report annually on the implementation of those commitments made by our head of state here in Egypt. So we created now, and the WASSMO, which is the online system was created now, was developed to facilitate the monitoring and the reporting of those commitments within our member states. So so the WASSMO track the different indicators, the different commitments made by our head of state and minister. So we track the commitment made by the head of state, the Sharm el-Sheikh. We also track the different commitment here, the AfricaSan commitment made by our minister to improve the open defecation in Africa, made in 2015. We track other commitments like the Africa Water Vision 2025, which we have most of, we are tracking also the implementation of the indicator of that commitment. So the WASSMO has 4 main elements. So we'll go through, during the 3 days, we'll go through the 4 main elements. So the objective of the training is not to train you on the collection of the data. No, we are giving you just the information, how and where you should collect the information, okay? So the training here is, we have the 4 teams, the framework, the target, the indicator, and the parameters. We have the water fact sheet. So you will see when we start the training on the different team of the WASSMO. We have the target, we have the indicator that have been agreed, and we have the different parameters that we are requesting our member state to report on. And also the other element we will do is the fact sheet, the water fact sheet, that the WASSMO will help us to produce. So it's a situation, the situation of the water sector of our countries from the data that have been submitted through the WASSMO system. The web-based system, we will do this, we'll go through the web-based system the last day. So my colleague here, Ms. Genevieve Osoji, our IT and database officer, will go through with us on the IT system, how to input the data through the system, because this is the last phase of our collection within the countries, and then we have to input the data in the system. So my colleague will go through the system with us, and then from the information we receive on the system, we prepare and produce the annual report for submission to our head of state, for submission to African Union Commission, and then the head of state. Okay, so last year we prepared the 2021 report. We submitted the report to the African Union Commission, and the report was approved by our minister during the executive committee meeting last year, and we submitted the report to the African Union Commission. And we're supposed to, our plan was to present the key output of the report during the head of state summit that we plan to organize it alongside of the World Water Forum. So we could not organize that the summit. So okay, so we have a presentation on the key result from the WASSMO. Genevieve, please, can you? Okay, sorry, we're having some technical issue with Okay, so last year we submitted a report to last year we submitted a report, and from the interaction we had with our member states, we noticed some of the issue on the submission of that of the data. We received the data from 38 countries last year. So the challenge our member states are facing in the preparation of the WASSMO report first is in terms of the national data collection, okay? So we noticed that there is a weak cross-sectoral coordination within our member states, and AMCAO is working now to improve this, the coordination platform by the implementation of the national coordination platform in our countries. So we have a thematic on the national coordination, how to improve the reporting through our the national coordination platform. So many countries have requested the support of AMCAO to make their national coordination platform to make it functional. So we also noticed a delay in the submission. Last year we have the first deadline were not, we could not receive all the data from our countries. So we're obliged to request for another submission. So most of our countries delay in the submission of the report. We also have an issue with the data quality. So I will show you an histogram after on how the information we are receiving from our member states are not most of the time very good. And we have to revise those information. As I was saying, we have a weak cross-sectoral coordination, and we are working toward to improve this sectoral coordination. Some member states already have a coordination platform, others does not have the platform, and we will see together how to improve this platform. The other point is the turnover rate within the focal point. So those who participated to the training we organized last year are not those who participate in the submission of the data. So it was another issue that we noticed, to go through a new person that the minister has been nominated to inform him about the WASSMO process. So this one is the proportion of the countries that submitted the information last year. So you will see from this table, most of our countries, we are around 25% of our data. Most of the countries submitted 25% of the data. So you can easily identify your countries within this table. So you can see 44% of the countries who have submitted the information last year have submitted less than 25% of the data. Okay, so you can identify a country. Around 21% has submitted around 26 to 50% of data. Around 34 have submitted over 70% of the data. So you can easily recognize your countries. So none of our countries were able to submit the 100% of the data. Okay, so you can see we are still here. Most of us are still around here. The 44% of our countries are here. 0 to 25% of the data. Even some of the countries only submit the information on 2 parameters, expecting the analysis from AMCAO based on 2 parameters. So we could not do the magic to do an analysis from 2 parameters. Okay, so it's the minimum is around 20% of, if you receive around 30% of the parameters, we can start to do the analysis. After, you see why we need most of the information. So we need to improve ourselves. Those who recognize themselves around the 25% should improve to see how we should move to around 76 to 100% of the data. So this is our target this year, that we should have around 100% of our countries, 100% of the few countries that could submit or must submit around 75 to 100% of the data. So it's from this information we prepare the 2021 WASSMO report. Okay, so I was saying we have 38 countries have submitted the information. So you can see the different countries within this map. So it's around 69% of the countries who have been able to submit. And in North Africa, it's only it's 2 countries who submitted the information ahead of time. So we need to work also to see how to improve this. I think I can see even Tunisia there, but it was very low. We could not attend on all the information. So so you can see the representation with the level of the data that have been submitted here. Okay, so now we did this box plot to show the performance of the region. So from the 5 regions we have in Africa, so we did the analysis to know the performance for each region. So you can see from the data we receive from our member state, you can see the northern part is performing very well in terms of the percentage of data that have been submitted, and also in terms of the quality of the information that have been submitted. Because once you submit the information have to go through a quality review within AMCAO Secretariat. So you can see here from this box plot, which we use the median to generate this box plot. You can see we have here North Africa, which is followed by the Southern Africa and the West Africa. So you have all this information in the 2021 WASSMO report. So this year, where do we stand in terms of the WASSMO report? So the WASSMO report, so these 3 days, we'll go through the different team of the WASSMO. So here we have the 7 team. So for those who are new in the process, WASSMO has 7 teams, okay, and 44 indicators. These are the team here, and then you have the list of the indicator under each team. So what we are requesting from you is to report the information on the parameters, and the system will generate automatically the value of the indicator, okay? So it's not 194 parameters, it's 180 parameters. So changes in our presentation, and only few indicator has been disaggregated by urban, rural, and national. So we have shared all those information with you. You can check your email. Those who have not yet received it, you can just tell us, or you can see with my colleague, Emmanuel Ugu here, who will share again the presentation, the different presentation with you, and the key document of the WASSMO system. Okay, so during the 3 days, we'll go through the different team of the WASSMO, the 7 team of the WASSMO. We'll identify few parameters which we will discuss on, and then we'll move forward. Because we can't go through the 180 parameters of the WASSMO during 3 days. Okay, so this information, this training is just to give you the information on where you should collect the information and how to collect the information and when you should report it through the system, and to help you also to input the information through the online system. So we are not training enumerator or those who go on the field to collect the information. You already have people within your office who can do this work. So it's just a matter of information for you about these are the requirements to report on the WASSMO system. And now within your countries, you can organize yourself to see how to report those information. So for this, we are just facilitating the process, okay, and giving you the information about the WASSMO system. Yeah, so I was showing my colleague Genevieve will come back to this. So in the system, we request from you to report the parameters. So it's only the parameters that we need, and the system will generate the value of the indicator. So you will see from the indicator here, you will see the level of water stress and other indicators. So we are not requesting for you to calculate the level of water stress or other indicator. No. The system, we are just requesting for you to input the value that we need to calculate, for instance, the level of water stress or the percentage of the GDP or others. So you are not calculating the GDP, okay? So the E here, you see I here is the indicator. P1, P2, and P3 is the different parameters. We are requesting from our member state to report only on the value of the parameters, and then the system will generate automatically the value of the indicator. The other aspect on how to input it, my colleague will come back to it during her session on Tuesday. So we have one of the components of the WASSMO is the online system. So our colleague here will come back to will show us this. We go through the system with us. So we have we published the WASSMO report in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21. So you can find all this information in AMCAO Knowledge Hub. And we have the officer in charge of the Knowledge Hub here at AMCAO, Mr. Obina, and you can easily go through the system with you. So now this training in our planning, it should be the last the last set of the last session, the last training, because we started with the Southern Africa countries was 2 weeks ago in Botswana, where we from 4 to 6 of May we trained the Southern African countries. Last week we were in Cotonou to train the West and Central African countries, and this week we are here in Cairo to train the North and Eastern African countries. We invited some of the Southern African countries who could not participate to the training from the 4th to 6th of May. So we are thinking to do even another last session for those who could not travel to Cairo. We have identified around 6 to 7 countries who could not make the trip here. So maybe we can have another last session. We'll identify the city after where to do the last session of the training. So this is the timeline. I think we'll share this timeline together because all depends from how you perform within your countries. Because if the countries are very weak, AMCA also will be very weak. So if you are strong, we are strong. Okay, so we started in May. We are in May with the training. And after the training, we will launch the campaign. And then we will support our member state in the reporting process and the quality review. So once this process is done between June and August, we'll organize a regional meeting in August to present the data that have been submitted per region to each country per region. And then from the recommendation that we'll collect from the regional meeting, we'll prepare the 2022 WASSMO report. So this is our timeline. I think all of us, we are members of this and will participate, will contribute for us to achieve this, to achieve our objective to submit the report by September to the African Union Commission. Okay, thank you. So this is just what we prepare to present about what is the WASSMO. So I don't know if you have any question, or we can just move to the presentation on the key result from the last campaign. And after we can have a round of question and answer, because the next presentation is just an addition of what we have just prepared. Thank you. Okay, we can take maybe 2 questions and then we move to the next. Oui, Jean-François.
Patrice, juste une question là par rapport.
Oui, c'est.
Oui, c'est.
Non, il y a d'abord, il y a Madame de derrière, Madame Jeanne-Francine de Burundi. Oui, Madame.
Merci de m'accorder la parole. Merci aussi pour la présentation. Vous venez de nous dire qu'il y a eu des changements qui ont été opérés pour le système. Et surtout, vous nous avez informé de la transmission des données par certains pays, des données manquantes. Et moi, je vais tout d'abord vous dire que j'ai participé dans la soumission des données. Auparavant, avant de changer ce système, on ne parlait pas de WASSMO. On parlait il y avait point focal national pour AMCA, où il y avait point focal suivi évaluation. Moi, en tant que point focal suivi évaluation, j'avais déjà participé, j'avais déjà soumis les données. Mais le problème, c'est que par après, j'ai constaté que ce n'était pas facile d'avoir surtout ces données-là, puisque le système que on devrait soumettre ces données, c'est-à-dire qu'on devrait avoir ces données au sein de notre pays, on devrait les collecter. Et le problème surtout qui s'oppose, c'est au niveau de cette collecte des données. Et par après, lorsque j'ai trouvé qu'il n'y avait pas de moyens pour la collecte et la validation, puisque avant de soumettre quand même les données, on devait valider les données au niveau national. Si on n'a pas alors ces moyens pour collecter ces données, valider ces données au niveau national, moi personnellement, j'ai laissé, je n'ai pas voulu encore une fois transmettre les données qui n'avaient pas été validées au niveau national, mais aussi par manque de moyens pour la collecte de ces données. Je voudrais tout d'abord vous demander quelles sont les améliorations qui ont été apportées à l'ancien système pour pouvoir nous garantir la qualité des données qui vous seront transmises pour quand même avancer, améliorer, augmenter le pourcentage de pays qui pourront transmettre ces données, d'une part, mais aussi de la fiabilité de ces données qui seront transmises. Et une autre question, c'est qu'il y a aussi un autre système qui renseigne les données, mais c'est au niveau mondial, le système GRASS. Quel est le lien? Le lien entre ces deux systèmes? Je trouve que les informations fournies pour GRASS, c'est au niveau mondial.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour ces questions. Oui, Monsieur Abdourahmane.
Merci. En fait, je voudrais revenir par rapport au timeline tout à l'heure. Ma question, c'est par rapport, vous dites que nous avons envoyé le rapport à l'université américaine.
Pardon?
Expression tout à l'heure, là, sur le timeline. Nous avons envoyé le rapport à l'université américaine. C'est pourquoi.
AUC, sorry to maybe that AUC is not American University of Cairo. It's African Union Commission. Please, AUC is African Union Commission. Sorry. OK. J'espère que l'équivoque est levé. Ça, c'est à l'intention des interprètes. C'est bon? Donc, ce n'est pas l'université américaine. Parce que ici, OK, on a American University of Cairo. C'est en abrégé AUC. Or, sur notre présentation, quand on
Patrice. Juste, je répète ce que en ce qui concerne la gestion du système et la question de l'alimentation du système. Je vois que la décision à ce que le système, la majorité des périodes de l'année, est fermée, on ne peut pas accéder. Et juste s'il est ouvert pour une courte période, je crois que c'est pas pratique. Ça sera mieux que le système pour les points focaux qu'on peut accéder. Parfois, il y a des données qui viennent d'être mises à jour dans tel ou tel paramètre, au niveau de tel ou tel paramètre, qu'on peut avoir cette mise à jour des données. Et ce sera l'occasion d'intervenir à chaque fois qu'on a des bonnes données, des données rectifiées, corrigées à tout moment. Et je crois pour l'équipe de WASSMO, à l'échelle de la gouvernance, vous pouvez prendre juste
depuis demain, il faut me faire signe. Donc, ce qu'on fait généralement au niveau de AMCAO, on ouvre la campagne. Par exemple, on va ouvrir la campagne, on va donner l'opportunité à nos pays de renseigner le système sur une certaine période, environ 2 mois, 2 à 3 mois, pour pouvoir entrer les données au niveau du système informatisé. Et après, quand on finit la revue de la qualité des données, on bloque le système pour éviter des nouvelles entrées. Ça peut entraîner les biais après dans l'analyse des données. Donc, pour être sûr qu'on va travailler sur la base de données qui ont été entrées à la période T, mentionnée. Donc, pendant la revue de la qualité des données, il y a encore la possibilité d'échanger, d'améliorer certaines données. Ça, c'est avant la soumission du rapport. Quand on a déjà préparé le draft du rapport, on présente cela au niveau régional. Il y a encore la possibilité d'améliorer les données. Donc, c'est après tous ces processus-là, dès qu'on finit la réunion au niveau régional, si nous n'avons plus reçu des feedbacks au niveau des pays, on bloque carrément le système et on prépare le rapport pour soumission à l'Union africaine. On fait cela pour éviter une divergence entre les données qui sont dans le système et les données qui sont dans le rapport papier qu'on va soumettre à l'Union africaine. Donc, c'est un peu comme ça qu'on travaille. Vous avez 2 à 3 mois où vous avez accès au système. Oui.
Je crois 2 à 3 mois, c'est insuffisant, si c'est possible. Surtout pour les premières années de mise en œuvre de la gestion du système. On vient de constituer des groupes qui ne sont pas suffisamment familiarisés. Il faut donner un peu de temps, 2 autres mois, 4 mois, 5
le rapport. Même cette année, on a prévu lancer cela en février, mais on a eu des soucis avec le financement on n'avait pas encore reçu le go-ahead à travers le partenaire qui finance le projet. Donc, on ne pouvait pas lancer la campagne avec les pays. Mais c'est un truc qui sera pris en compte. On verra comment la prochaine campagne, on va donner plus de temps aux pays pour le reporting. Il y a la question de Madame Francine du Burundi qui voudrait savoir, il y a eu des problèmes dans la collecte des données et quelles sont les améliorations qui ont été apportées au système. J'espère que le français, là, ce n'est pas trop rapide. Hein. C'est bon? OK. Donc, quelles sont les améliorations qui ont été apportées au système? Oui, madame. Donc, on a amélioré le système avant. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien compris la question. Avant, les pays rapportaient à travers un fichier Excel. OK? Ils renvoyaient le fichier Excel à AMCAO et AMCAO consolidait les données. Maintenant, l'amélioration, c'est tout le système est en ligne. Donc, chaque pays maintenant aura un identifiant et un mot de passe. Ça, c'est la nouveauté, c'est au niveau des indicateurs de Ngor pour l'assainissement, où on a transféré le fichier Excel sur le système WASSMO. Ma collègue Haïti ici aura l'opportunité de vous présenter les deux systèmes combinés, l'assainissement et le WASSMO. Donc, tout se fait maintenant en ligne. Et nous avons aussi amélioré au niveau de la définition de certains indicateurs où il y avait des confusions au niveau des pays. On a aussi amélioré au niveau de la désagrégation des indicateurs. Et il y a d'autres indicateurs. L'ancien système, les indicateurs n'étaient pas désagrégés. Pour certains, par exemple, je prends un exemple sur la défécation à l'air libre. L'indicateur n'était pas désagrégé en milieu urbain, milieu rural et national. Donc, on a eu des recommandations de désagréger cet indicateur, ce qui est fait au niveau du système. Vous allez voir même au niveau du budget, le financement du secteur de l'eau. On ne met plus le financement du secteur du WASH, water, eau et assainissement. Il y a maintenant les paramètres sur le financement du secteur de l'eau, financement du secteur de l'assainissement, le financement de façon de l'hygiène et le financement global eau, hygiène et assainissement. Oui, et la relation avec le GLAS des Nations Unies et GMP. Donc, on travaille en collaboration avec GLAS et GMP. Aujourd'hui, c'est dimanche. Sinon, il devait faire une présentation aussi sur la thématique 1, je pense, demain. On va coordonner cela avec Fiona de l'OMS. Elle aura une présentation à faire sûrement demain sur les indicateurs SDG qui sont renseignés par l'OMS. Donc, nous travaillons en étroite collaboration avec eux pour réduire la divergence que nous avons remarquée dans les indicateurs du WASSMO. Donc, on a remarqué pour plusieurs pays, au niveau des indicateurs qui sont soumis aux Nations Unies, au travail de GMP ou bien de GLAS, ces indicateurs sont différents des indicateurs du WASSMO. Donc, on travaille avec eux maintenant pour voir comment est-ce qu'on doit réduire ces divergences-là dans le reporting des indicateurs. Donc, pour nous, à la fin de cette formation, on va partager avec vous la liste des points focaux des Nations Unies au niveau de chaque pays. OK? Donc, quand vous allez organiser les réunions au niveau national, veuillez convier ces différentes personnes à participer à vos réunions. Ceci, c'est toujours pour éviter la divergence dans les données. Je vais vous montrer un fichier Excel. Oui, Dr. Tani.
Thank you. I'd like to have a small intervention with regard to the WASSMO. One of them regarding the logistic part, and one of them regarding the indicators part. Actually, like in a country like in Egypt, and I think in many countries in Africa, in order to respond to the WASSMO, you have to collect information and data from many sectors and from many entities in the country. And this is why, for example, today, because we are holding this event in Egypt, we have with us some sectors from the ministries other than the sector where the focal point is, and also some sectors in the country, like the Ministry of Housing and also the CAPMAS. So accordingly, I think logistically, you need to have a bureau in every country, a national desk, in order to be able to unify or to gather all the involved parties and to make regular meetings to collect the data and to verify it properly. This is a challenge that we faced, and I think that any country which tried to, at the most, to fulfill all the indicators faced the same problem. So we think that we need the support of AMCAO from this point of view to support us in getting together all the involved parties to review once and twice and to verify the indicator before delivering them. This is one thing. The other thing regarding the indicators themselves, I think that the WASSMO indicators have to include all SDG indicators, SDG 6 indicators. and also all the SDGs related, or the indicators in other SDGs which can be related to water, because we need to unify those indicators. Having WASSMO as a different system and not including all the SDG 6 indicators makes us duplicate the effort, because we need to fulfill the SDG 6 indicators and we need to fulfill also the WASSMO indicators. So I think that all SDG 6 indicators and all indicators related to water in the SDGs have to be present in a way in WASSMO, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We cannot stay in one table with CAPMAS fulfilling the indicators for all the SDGs, including SDG 6, and then staying with AMCAO to fulfill the rest of the WASSMO indicators. So this unification or this harmonization has to take place in order to avoid duplication of effort and avoid also duplication of information. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Tahani. Thank you for those recommendations. We have noted all those recommendations. We'll see how to take action on that. So regarding the duplication of work on the SDG 6 and the WASSMO indicator. So I think it will be a process. We started the process working with UN Water to see how we can integrate all the SDG 6 indicator into the WASSMO. It's not yet the case. We have few SDG 6 indicator into the WASSMO, but not all of them, just few of them. But we are working to see how the WASSMO could be the reference point to collect the SDG 6 indicator in Africa. So it's not yet the case, but we are working on it. And also to facilitate that, as we have not yet reached to the integration of all the SDG 6, we will share with our focal point with the countries the list of the SDG 6 focal point within the countries, because what we notice is also a matter of information. For instance, in Egypt, it might be difficult for somebody to know who is the focal point of SDG 6 in the country. So we have this list here. The UN Water has shared the list. With us, and then at the end of this session, we would of this training, we will share all the information. I will just show an example of Egypt. This is the answer of the question of Madame Francine of Burundi. So you can see from the list. So we'll share this one again. Last year we have shared, but we emphasize again. So you can see from this list, these are the name of the focal point in Egypt here. You see the focal point. These are the SDG indicator. This is the name of the focal point. And this is the job title, the organization. So we will share this list with you. It has been shared to us by UN Water. So if there is any change, you can let us know. We'll change the list. So you invite those people during the validation process within your countries. Yes, okay,
yes. Thank you, Dr. Patches. Actually, specifically, this list needs an update. So this is why I think that it's important to share with us this list, and we will try as focal people, Engineer Ines in Egypt and all the countries, try to go through those lists and to update it and go again and put them together. This is one thing. Another thing that I wanted also to add, that we need a portal to support the questions from the focal points. If they face, for example, some missing indicators, or the indicators are not, the value is not very logical, there is something in the calculation, maybe a supporting portal can be also an important idea. And because within the portal, if a country faces a problem and they put it on the portal, the other countries will not come again and ask the same question again, or have to go through you and ask you. You will go through 55 countries one by one, responding to their challenges or their questions or the problems that they have faced. I think having a portal is important also in order to shorten the questions and answers process. It will be better for you and for the all of the countries as well. We'll learn from each other's challenges and mistakes.
Okay, so Dr. Tan, you are saying to have maybe a Q&A session on the portal, the WASSMO portal, so the members can directly send their issue there, and somebody, not maybe only AMCAO, can easily reply. This is what you are saying?
Yes, yeah, a supporting portal.
Yes,
a supporting portal.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Peter Mahal.
Thank you, Patrice. I think I raised my hand up earlier, but I think it was good to hear first from Dr. Tahani, because my concerns, it seems she has actually captured them very well. Choosing Cairo to have this kind of training, I think it can be more relevant, because if you have put the performance of the regions, you have put Northern Africa at the top, the second was the Southern Africa, then West and Eastern. So it is logical to place it here for people like Dr. Tahani to give the experience they had in performing better. We, as myself, maybe we will be the people who will be struggling to get data and try to meet the target to report. We, as South Sudan, for instance, in Eastern Africa. And the reality is that there is difficulty in terms of data itself from different sectors that are feeding into this WASSMO. And as you mentioned, it is, you have to start from there. That is diagnostic point. You have to start from there. If the weakness is starting from the in-country, then how do you support the in-country to perform that challenge? And I think the suggestion that came from Dr. Tahani is it's practical. You need, since you have already given now identified in the region by the UN and whoever actors that are asking countries every now and then report. There are so many platforms to report. You will see my name there in different indicators, in different reporting systems. If it is now harmonized under AMCAO, you will be in a position to bring an expert, specialist, consultant to help you looking into these parameters from WASSMO, and then looking to the other integrated reporting system, the integrated water resources management, transboundary. All these things, you have to bring them and harmonize them under a certain workshop, under you. And then you will come with the real, what is not compromising anything. You will have the full coverage on all the parameters required. And we will hit the whole other reporting requirement by the UN. So it is good, you are in the right time now, you are in a good position, and you try to bring on board some people like those who have performed better to help you to address that kind of hurdle. If you don't do that, then we will be reporting less. Even the number of the 38 countries may go less. And even the 25% of the 38 countries that have reported may go even lesser. So you start and hang, and Genevieve is a witness of that. To get data from the other sectors is a nightmare, because even the systems in their own units, in their own ministries, is a mess. So you need to have an in-country platform that is strengthened by AMCAO. That is my last word. for you to get a clear data to present to the head states, because your own responsibility now. It is none of the business of the national government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Peter Mahal, for this contribution. Is well noted to have an in-country platform and to strengthen the national coordination platform. So I will give the floor to the other person, please.
Yeah, Farag Samhan.
Thank you.
Back to what Dr. Tahani Slate has mentioned regarding the focal point in each country. Because the focal point, I think the people who are committed to gather the data and get it closer to each other to be easy to be processed, I think they will suffer from many difficulties, like the job of the sector in each country. So, for example, I'll give you Egypt as example. The issue of water in Egypt is distributed between the Ministry of Irrigation, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Housing. Those are 4 ministries going together, and the work in this issue should be harmonized and segregated between those different ministries. So I think regarding to facilitate how to deal with the information from different sectors, we first of all, we should prepare a manual. Manual will help the focal point to get which information from which department, regardless its ministry, because sometimes you will find the Ministry of Environment and Health, but in Egypt we have a separate Ministry for Environment and another Ministry for Health, and sometimes you will find the sector of water and wastewater is mixed with the Ministry of Environment or electricity. So we should remove or withdraw the nomination, but we could deal with the department who do the job and prepare manual to facilitate the focal point, how to collect and validate the data and get it closer to each other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for this contribution. I think we have developed a manual on the indicator handbook for the WASSMO indicator. We have translated that handbook in English, French, and Portuguese, which we share with all the focal point. So we have shared through our image last week to all those who are participating in this training, and also we'll see how to strengthen the coordination within the member states. So for that, we are working with partners to see how we can financially support our coordination platform to be effective in the reporting of the WASSMO. Because the key challenge in most of our platform that we notice is at the level of the financial, how to support them financially to implement the activity and to collect, even to gather the different members of the platform. Most of the time, the challenge is at the level of the finance level. So we are working with our partners to see how to they can support our member states to organize the validation meeting, the national validation meeting. We already identified one. We identified GWP. We identified around 15 countries. It's not the 55, but for now it's around 50 countries that from where the Global Water Partnership is working, that will be able to support those platforms. We are working now with UN Water to see how also we can support the other countries that are not part of the list that be submitted by GWP. So we'll get in touch with you ahead of time once we have the approval from our partners. So if you recall, even last year, we proposed this type of financial support for some few countries. Those for some few countries based on the feedback on the support we received from our partners. Some of them here received financial support, others it was a technical support. So yeah, so this is how we'll continue to work. But it's also for the WASSMO, I think it's a joint commitment between the AMCAO, the member state also, you can also support to see how to report this, the Sharm el-Sheikh indicator. Also, know for some countries, there are all the resources available to conduct this type of activity. So once we have something from AMCAO, we'll let you know about the availability of the resources. So my colleague, Professor Moshood, want to say something about the platform.
I think it's just to add to what he said. We know that in many countries, this is like cross-ministerial exercise. Some information need to be gotten, even not only from those 4 ministries that you mentioned. So that is some information you needed from the Ministry of Finance when it comes to giving information about the GDP and so on. So I think it's cross-sectorial and cross-ministerial assignment. And that is why we propose this national coordination platform, that the focal person will be the coordinating unit where the representatives of these other ministry and sectors where the information will be collected, all of them together will form national coordination platform. And the support that Patrice is talking about is like the support of little money that GWP has promised to some countries, and we are looking for other sources of funds to support member states so that this national coordination platform can be effective. They may be having maybe monthly meeting to see that, oh, this information is from the Ministry of Finance. You are representing Ministry of Finance in the coordination platform. You will get us this information. You are representing Ministry of Air. These are the parameters that were needed from the Ministry of Earth. So he is part of the coordination platform. So he will be able to get, so one person as the focal person cannot be moving around to collect this information. That's why this coordination, national coordination platform is very important. But we realize that some financial support is needed for the regular meeting and coordination of this group. And that is what he's talking about. And then it's a joint work. We'll see how AMCO will be able to assist with our partner to be able to strengthen that kind of national coordination team. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to concur, and this is why I said it has to be a desk, an office, a national office. There's somewhere where you can have one or two, a couple of laptops to collect the work and to connect to the WASSMO, where you can spend some money for having meetings or going to the entities, because there is a focal person or a focal point, and there has to be a national office for the WASSMO in each ministry in the AMCAO. So, and this is very crucial in order to have unified work and sustainable work. Otherwise, it will be ad hoc every time. Now you have to press, you have to finish the WASSMO, and we go, and sometimes you will not have enough information, and never you will have the continent well represented with good indicators clarified. So this is crucial. And we talked about it many times, and we even exchange emails on that, but nothing happened on the ground. So we're looking forward to have this in order to continue delivering the same performance and a better one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tahani. So we are working to see how to change the thing on the ground. So, and for that, with the new ES, the Executive Secretary of AMCAO, Dr. Rashid. So we submitted proposal to conduct a need assessment in targeted countries. So our plan is to conduct a need assessment in 15 countries every year. So within 3 years, so we should reach around 45 countries. So we are still expecting a feedback from that. So the need assessment will be, it will be an assessment to go through the 15 countries for the 15 countries to know what is the really need from our member set in terms of the capacity building. Because most of the time we always say capacity building, we need capacity, but we don't know where should we really focus in terms of improving those capacity building. And we think that doing this need assessment, not only with the Ministry of in charge of water and sanitation of your countries, but with the different ministries, those who are involved in the reporting of the WASSMO, will be very good information from us to and to know how we should mobilize the resources to support our members. So we submitted a proposal to a partner to support this the need assessment within 15 countries every year for 3 years. The target is to conduct this assessment within 45 countries, and then to move forward with the really support from the need of our member state. The report of last year already show some of the area where we need the support, but the need assessment will come and confirm those type of information. So we are still expecting resources. So once we have any green light from the partners, we'll inform those countries that we have identified. 15 countries this year, next year 15, and the other year 15, and we'll have 45 countries for this need assessment. So I've seen the hand of Madam Tameni. You have something, please? Yes. We still have another presentation, so we can continue the discussion after. Yes, Madam.
Okay, I think if we think practically, we need to identify the priority of each country. Each country must indicate their priorities, because indicators are too much, and as we know, there is a lack in data, and the problem of developing countries, as we know. Also, we encourage the international fund to sponsor the development project. We can take a framework maybe this year, the priority to each some indicators. We identify it and try to work on it, and maybe at the next year we also select some indicators and take we put it as a long-term plan. Each year we can do or work in some indicators, and another year, I think, to get real and valid information. Thank you.
Okay, it's well noted. So your suggestion is to see how we can work gradually with some of the indicators. So those we are sure to have the information, we report the information, the data. But I can tell you, in 2020, during the review of the WASSMO, we presented 15 indicators to our member states for approval. But most of them said they want to continue with the 44 indicators. So this was a feedback we received from the member state, and then we approved it. We went through a review. We discussed with some of you proposing to work only with 15 indicators on the WASSMO, but the feedback we received is to maintain the number of indicators. Okay, so we'll move now to the next presentation on the key results from the 2021 WASSMO report. So as I was saying, this training we have is about the WASSMO, the Water and Sanitation Sector Monitoring Report, and the AfricaSan goal commitment. So we'll present to you also the goal commitment, how to track the indicator, how to track the level of implementation of the goal within the sanitation sector. So last year, 38 countries submitted their data. So just want to present to you the key result from the information, from the data we received from our members, and then we'll move now to the different thematic of the WASSMO. So we'll go through the agenda, the monitoring result. So as you know, we have prepared 2021, 2014, 2015, 2016, and now 2021 report. We prepared the 2017 report, but we could not publish it because of some of the issue in terms of the quality of the data. Last year, we could not make the to compare. We could not compare some of the indicators because we're moving from 15 to 44 indicators. So it was a bit difficult for us to do the comparison. So this year we expect to do that. So as I showed you previously, we have 7 teams under the WASSMO: financing, water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater, water infrastructure for growth, managing and protecting water resources, climate change and disaster risk reduction, governance and institution, and information management and capacity. So these are the 7 teams of the WASSMO, and we'll go through the different teams during this training. And we have the number of indicators under each team. So the process of reporting is the same process we do. So in 2020, we review the report, the indicator, and it has been approved in March by the member state. So after that, the following year, we strengthen the capacity of our member states. So around 400 people participated online. It was during the COVID-19 report. Then after, we went through a quality review of the data that have been submitted. So I will show to you after the result of those quality review, you will see how we are performing in terms of the indicator. From that, we prepare the report from the 38. So I already showed this map. You can see the performance of your countries in terms of the proportion of the indicators submitted. So this one is another the best performing countries that from this box plot, you can see the best performing country you can identify. So we did this one based on the number of the parameters that have been submitted and the quality. So after the quality review, so these are the box plots. So you can easily identify, I will not pronounce a country, but you can easily identify from this box plot who was the best and who was, these are the 10 best countries that from the analysis we did. So, and some of those countries are in these rooms, and we can still learn from them, okay? So what is important from those countries, what we notice is they already have a system, a national system to collect annually the information on the water sector. We have here what the representative of the minister here during the opening remark, Dr. Hagab, said about Egypt. They already have something, a system, national system to collect the information. So during the reporting of the WASSMO, it's a bit easy for them to just report those information through the system. So I'm sure we'll also implement and learn from those countries who are performing very well. And these 10 countries, they are cut across the 5 regions of Africa. So you will see the countries from West Africa, from Central Africa, from Southern Africa, from East Africa, and from North Africa. So here I already showed this the strongest, which you can see that from the information. So it's based on the number of data that have been submitted and the quality of the data. So you can see here we have the northern part of Africa who are performing very well, despite the few countries that submitted from the North Africa, followed by the Southern Africa and the North Africa. So now we did another performance per team. We have 7 teams under the WASSMO. So we now did analysis to know which team our member states perform well, where we think that there is a need of improvement. So under team 2, water supply sanitation, we noticed some improvement in terms of the data that have been submitted. Under the team 6, also governance and institution, you will see during the presentation where most of the indicators here, we have the green line here. Now, where we notice there are some challenges, you will see in this presentation, the water infrastructure for growth and the team 4, managing and protecting water resources. This is where we identify a lot of challenges from our member states. Here you have some data on the transboundary under the team 3. We have some information on transboundary where we notice also some issue in reporting. Here, the team 4, the main issue here was in terms of the capacity of member states to report the information under the team 4. the managing and protecting water resources. So here it is, the box plot also for the team. We have the 7 teams. So we did the analysis to know which team within that our members. So you can see from this box plot, you can confirm what we just say. You can see where we have many issues, team 3. We have a lot of outlier here. The ... you are seeing up here. So it means that the information, the type of data that have been submitted on that team 3 was not very good. And we have team 4 who are not very good here. And then the team 6 and 2 are the best, the team where we notice some progress from our member states. So you have all this information in the WASSMO report. Now from the key finding from last year, so we noticed that from the 38 countries, we noticed that around 800 million of Africa population has no access to safely manage sanitation and basic hygiene services. This is the situation in Africa. So in terms of the open defecation, we have around 17% of the population still practicing open defecation. So we'll see the presentation on that, where in Africa, last year we identify only 7 countries who will be able to, where we have less than 5% of the population practicing open defecation. And it's those 7 countries that can achieve the Ngor commitment. By the 2030, there will be free open defecation. So here we have 17% of our population, and it's only 7 countries that we think they are able to achieve to reduce completely this the open defecation within their country. So you'll see from the WASSMO, the discrepancy we notice. From the SDG 6, the GMP report, in Africa, they mentioned 5. It's only 5. And from the WASSMO report, we have 7 countries. So we are working with them to correct this discrepancy. So in terms of, so we can see that over 400 million people have no access to safely managed and drinking water. So this is a global situation from in Africa. So we still have a lot of work to do to change this paradigm. So here you can see from the WASSMO, this is the team 1. Genevieve, can you hide this? How to hide? It's okay. If you remove this now. Okay, so you can see here from team 1. This is team 1 of the WASSMO. Team 1 of WASSMO, you can see we have where you see the green is where we notice some improvement. You can see the first one, team 1 is in terms of financing. You can see by 2020, allocate at least 0.5% of the GDP to sanitation and hygiene. So here, from the data we received last year, it's only one country who was able to allocate over at least 0.5% of the GDP. The other one is by 2020, allocate at least 5%. We have even goes beyond the target, because for this one, the target is by 2020. But in 2021, we still have only one country from the report we received last year. Here also allocate at least 5% of national budget for water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. So also here we notice I think it's around 2 or 3 countries who have been able to perform this, to achieve this target. So under the team 2, you can see that the member states are now on track of meeting the funding for the water and sanitation by 2025, achieving sustainable funding in the sector. So few of them attain 100% of the population served by water utility that apply the poor strategy. And here also the total funding to the water sector is less than half of the requirement. So here under the team 2, team 2 talk about the wastewater, water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and the wastewater. So here we also notice some, where you see the green line is where we notice some improvement within our member state, achieve access to adequate and equitable sanitation, all paying special attention to the need of women and girls in vulnerable situation. The general overview is in terms of the funding of the water sector. So we noticed that 67% of the fund in the water sector will go to the drinking water supply. 21% will go to the sanitation, and 12% will go to the hygiene. So the hygiene here is still the sector where we have not been able to really support. Most of our support is going to drinking water supply. So about 50% of the population has no access to safely managed drinking water supply. Less than 25% of the population has access to safely managed sanitation, and about 66% of population has access to basic hygiene services. So we could not achieve this universal access to safe water supply, safely managed sanitation and basic hygiene, and to eliminate the open defecation by 2030. So here you can see a few maps that we generated from the report. You can see here the first one here. This one, the first map is the percentage of population with access to safely managed sanitation. It's a bit blurring here, but you can see the performance of your countries here in terms of the access to safely managed sanitation. And here also this is the access to safely managed drinking water supply. So you can see the performance of your countries from this map. So the blue you can see here is around those who have access, around 80 to 100% of the population have access to safely managed and drinking water supply. So congratulations to those one. Here in terms of the open defecation, you can see here we have the percentage of population. So you can see the performance of your countries in terms of the open defecation. As I said, it's only 7 countries where you have less than 5% of the population practicing open defecation. This is the other map which show the hand washing facility with soap and water premise. So you can see the performance of the countries here under the team 3. Talk about the water infrastructure. This is where we also notice a lot of issue from our members in reporting. We identify a progress in terms of the development of the 25% of hydropower potential. 30% of the irrigable potential by 2015. Here, team 4. Team 4, managing and protecting water resources. So here also the indicator, we notice some issue with our indicator here. Under team 4, most of our members said the level of water stress remain very low. So in terms of groundwater, just confirm just the information we have. So about 80%, 98% of the groundwater was good ambient water quality, but only 85% of rivers and 75% of lakes have good ambient water quality. This are from the data we receive from our member states. Which for the open defecation. Okay, we discuss after. So I will show you the count. From the map, you can see the I've shared this presentation to so we can discuss after. Then you will see the list of those countries. So under the team 5, we noticed that countries have made little progress with respect to developing a system for collection and reporting on impact of climate change. So this is one of the team where most of our country perform very well. You can see here most of the progress is here. It's green everywhere here. This in terms of the governance and institution. So you can see here in terms of the enabling environment. I can't see here. So you can see the degree of implementation of the enabling environment So you can see here from our member state, the degree of implementation of the enabling environment. So the color, so it's from 0 to 100%. The second map is the degree of implementation of the governance mechanism and the transparency. So you can see that from our member state, we are moving in terms of the transparency. Most of our member states are around 40 to 80% of their information they are transparent in the water sector. And the mainstreaming gender in sectoral policy and strategy. You can see also some of the countries where they include the gender mainstream in their policy. So here everything is green. So several countries have obtained the level of 80% of higher with respect to establishment of policy, regulatory and institutional framework for various aspects of the water management, including transparency and others. The countries have made moderate progress with respect to establishing the enabling environment from the map we have presented. So this is the last team of the WASSMO from the data we received. It's term of information management and capacity development. You can see here we have most of our countries has a monitoring system, around 60% of the country. So the information exists in most of our countries, and we noticed some moderate progress in the establishment of the national system, but we still have problem in terms of the level of information that are reported under the WASSMO. Some key issues we face are already presented this. So in terms of the restriction, last year it was the COVID-19, so we could not go everywhere. We're having some issues, so the turnover of the staff, some political issue. Some of our staff here went even to some countries and they have been blocked there because of a coup d'etat in the country. So those countries could not even report the data. So the recommendation is to strengthen the member state capacity, which we are doing, institutionalize the coordination platform, facilitate the peer-to-peer review. Last year, few countries supported others in terms of improving the data reporting and inject new approach for financing the water sector. Okay, thank you very much. So these are the key results from the last campaign. So we hope to have better results during this campaign that will present the same, we'll do the same presentation next year, inshallah, to show you the key result and see how we progress in terms of the implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment. So thank you very much. Any comment on the progress of our member states? Comment? But we can't change data here, okay? We already submit the information. That nothing can be changed. Okay, I'll start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Arsad Ndaize from Rwanda. So based on the reporting and the progress you have presented, thanks for giving us a picture of different countries vis-a-vis the reporting of those indicators. So one of the comments or the question I would like to ask is the challenge we faced when we were feeding the data for those indicators. So you will find some of indicators are not matching with the national indicators, meaning that you can have some information, but not directly matching with the existing reporting system we do have in different countries. So that become a challenge, or it become a challenge in getting or try to fit with the system. So, and also sometimes look like you don't have data, but which are not which are not applicable to the country. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I will come back to that after. Mr. Peter Mahal.
Yeah, I think what I just wanted is the report itself. It has illustrated to us a clear picture, thematically, theme by theme, and the progress. And I believe this will help us in the focus in terms of addressing the challenge. And we are not very far anyway. We will AMCA moving this towards this direction. We're not that very far, because even some of the recommendations that came earlier, they are already confirmed by the report. So I think that is very good. It's a good progress. We need to continue engaging. So this is appreciation for the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Mahal. Another comment, please, or contribution? Yes, Alex?
Thank you very much, presenter. Thank you for the nice presentation. My contribution is said by the previous speaker that we have a challenge of data. We have different indicators in different countries, and also we have these SDG indicators, but also WASSMO. And we have seen that during reporting, we face the problems. Yes, we have a national coordination platform from different sectors in the countries, but also they have their own way of reporting. And this has been a problem. Now, my suggestion is from the findings of which I think we are going to report to the Council of Ministers, it's good we engage them on the challenges which we are facing. And probably they can have deliberations in their meetings to make sure that all countries are reporting the same thing, maybe to have the same indicators. And I think this will be maybe the task of the Secretariat to see the way they can organize the meeting of the Council of Ministers, so that they will have maybe something like a circular sign, and thereafter, once they go back to their countries, they can instruct, they can direct, so that the national coordination platforms will have powers direct from the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for this contribution. So before moving to the next point, so we will move the contribution in terms of the data. Most of the time some of the data of the WASSMO are not part of the data collected by the country. So we are not asking our member state to report 100% of the information. Okay. So you will see, for instance, for the island like Seychelles, Comoros, or even Madagascar, who are here, they can't report all the parameters in the WASSMO. So you report what is feasible from your countries. You'll see we have information on the desalination. It's not all the countries who have the financial capacity to go through the desalination of the water. So those who have the information, they should just report the indicator through the WASSMO. So yeah, so it's not an obligation to have the 100% of the data on the system, but just report what you can your country is doing within the WASSMO system. And you can also see how to improve your monitoring system from the WASSMO system. Because the feedback we receive from some of our member states is they will improve their system based off the WASSMO system. Okay. Some of them, maybe the question we are asking or the information we are requesting was not a priority at that time, but with the request coming from the WASSMO, they decided to put it as a priority for the next monitoring round. So the WASSMO is also a learning process. So you can have 40% this year, next year you see how you can improve yourself to have around 50 to 80% of the data. So thank you very much. So before moving to the next, we will have a small energizer exercise to stretch our leg. So I know if my colleague Emmanuel Oguru can help us to a small energizer. Emma, don't be very strong with us, please. And please, can we just stand up so before moving to the next point, please? You want my passport?
Well, I think standing up alone or disrupting the flow is enough energizer. So for those that are already feeling a bit weak or tired, this alone is an exercise. But Patrice has pleaded with me not to be too physical. So I will just, for the interest of time, suggest one thing that we can do. So it's an icebreaker, and it's more or less like getting to know AmCow more. So it's 2 truths and 1 lie. Who knows the game? Ah, okay, this is good. 2 truths and 1 lie simply means we call on 2 representatives, and we have 2 groups. You can have more, but the representatives will say 2 things that are true and 1 thing that is a lie. Then you on the other group would say the ones if it is actually true or not, and then the other group will also answer. So, but we'll do that in details in the second half of the tea break after lunch, because that is when we would need it very much. But now I would use myself as example. I would say 3 things, and 1 out of it is a lie. I start. AmCow has a new executive secretary. His name is Dr. Rashid Mbazira. Please don't answer yet, just digest the question and you will be asked to answer. The second fact is, or truth is, AmCow is a member states driven organization, and it gives its member states $10,000 every year to support their activities. Get the question? It's a bit tricky. AmCow is a member states driven organization. Is a subcommittee of the African Union Commission, and it supports its member states with $10,000 annually. And the third question is, the 2022 WASSMO data collection is about to get started. So if anybody has any answer to any of the question, okay, let me pose the first question. What was the first question? Let me ask if you're following. Anybody? Dr. Rashid. So is that true? Ah, okay. Who differs? Is it true that Dr. Rashid is our new ES? Okay. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. That is correct. The second question is, what was the second question? Let me engage the audience. It was a big fat lie. Let's know. Listen, AmCow exists just because of its member states, you and I. Is that true? AmCow is a subcommittee of the African Union Commission. Is that true? And AmCow supports its member states with $10,000 annually. Is it true? Okay, let's hear from Dr. Maha. Yes. Okay, so directly now, the question is directly, not indirectly. You're answering indirectly. So does AMCAL directly transfer $10,000 to its member states? Okay, so we have learned that it is the member states that pays 10,000 US dollars to AMCAL annually to be able to sustain its activities at the highest level. And on that note, I would want to just remind us that even as we are gathered here, it is important that AMCAL exists as an institution. And we all know that no institution can exist without finance. So for AMCAL to be able to effectively execute its mandates and to even get the support of development partners and other external partners, we need to renew our commitments. Thank you very much. And
okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you for reminding us to pay our financial contribution. Okay, so now we'll continue this training with the team 1 of WASSMO. Sound? There's no sound. Okay, so we'll start this with the team 1 of WASSMO. So the team 1 is on the financing, okay? But this one is just an overview of the sub-team. Then I will go fast on this. Now, for the WASSMO, I forgot to mention that we have an indicator sheet for each of the indicator. For the 44 indicator, an indicator reference sheet has been developed and translated in English, French, and Portuguese. Might think to translate it in Arabic also, but this one you have the 3 versions that has been shared to all our member states. In the fact sheet, in the indicator sheet, you have the indicator. It's not very clear here, but you have the target, you have the commitment, you have the target, and you have the parameters, the different parameters that we are requesting you to collect, where to find the data, how to compute it in the system. So we'll show you. We also request the source of data in the system. So you'll see when you are filling the information in the WASSMO, you have to input the information on the source of your data. Where did you collect the information? How can we justify the information that has been reported? So we always request for the source of the data. So now we'll start with the first team of the WASSMO, which is the financing. Okay, so here we want to know the level of the finance in the water and sanitation sector. How much our member state and the partners, how much they invest in the water and sanitation sector. So this is the rationale of the first team of the WASSMO. So we have seen in the presentation of the key results from last year, how we stand in terms of the financing sector. So here, to track the commitment of financing in the water and sanitation supply system. So here we have sub-team. The team 1, here we have financing water and sanitation sector. Here you have the first target. For this team, you have this target. By 2020, this is the AfricaSan goal target. You will see tomorrow. Allocate at least 0.5% of GDP to the sanitation and hygiene. So our minister in charge of water and sanitation have agreed in 2015 that in 5 years, they will allocate at least 0.5% of the GDP to sanitation and hygiene. And now we have developed the indicator and the parameters that will help us to track the level of the implementation of this target. So here we have, for this target, we have many indicators that will help us. So here we have the percentage of GDP allocated to sanitation. So for us and for our focal point, we are not requesting to calculate this percentage of GDP. No, as we said. So what we are requesting from you is just to report the information on where you see input parameters. Is the input parameters you will see on the WASSMO system. Okay, so in the WASSMO system, we will not ask you the percentage of GDP. We will ask you the sum of allocation to sanitation services in the national budget in the reporting year. Okay, and the national GDP, gross domestic product, in reporting year. So once you produce these two information, the system will generate automatically the value of the indicator. Okay, and here we have made a suggestion on where you should collect the data, on the data sources. This is what to collect the information. So here, from our member state, we are requesting this information. And here, the tricky here is to report the sum of allocation to sanitation. Okay, so in your account is how do you report this allocation to sanitation, the budget? In your account, how do you allocate? Because from this, when we say the sum of all allocation to sanitation services in the national budget. So here is a national budget that has been approved by the parliament. Okay, so once the parliament approves the budget in the year, this is the budget you need to mention here, or the revised budget. Okay, and for this campaign, we are requesting our members to submit the information up to 31st December 2020. Okay, you should not go beyond 2020. So it's a budget that has been approved by the country in 2020. The 2021 data will be requested next year. So you will see everywhere here is the same thing. The percentage of GDP allocated to sanitation, to hygiene. We are looking for the sum of all allocation to hygiene services. So you will check your budget and see how much you allocated to sanitation, how much you allocated to hygiene, how much you allocated to, and also the other level. So you want to know how much you allocated and how much has been disbursed. Okay, these are two elements we want to know in the reporting. So for this information, you need to work with the representative of the finance ministry or the water ministry. Okay. A question regarding the financing here. How do you calculate? How do you elaborate the budget, the national budget in the sanitation? So it's a budget that has been approved by the parliament. So if you have any question here, can just raise so we clarify. Yes, Alex?
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrice. Actually, when we were filling the data last year in the WASSMO system, we had a challenge that we use financial year, which starts from July and ending June. Once it comes now, we have to fill the information up to 31st of December. Really, it was a challenge to us. Maybe here will you assist us what to do. Either in Tanzania, we have to fill the data up to June, or otherwise we'll have a big task of now starting calculating in December, which is also another challenge. Thank you.
Okay, so I think from the feedback we see, most of this information they have approved around June, right? It's not December. December is just the deadline that we need to submit the information. So if your budget is approved in June, so it's a budget that has been approved in June, or the revised budget in July that you need to submit in the WASSMO system. So this is the feedback we receive. None of our members said none of the budget has been approved or is approved in December. So most of the time it's either in February or you have the revised budget in July or June or July. So these are the information we are looking, okay? And we want you to report in dollar, not in the local currency. So you have to convert the value of their local currency in dollar for that period. So for that, you need to go on the website of the central bank of your countries to see what was the value of dollar in June 2020, for instance. Okay, this information is possible to get in the central bank of our countries, right? If you go on the website of the central bank, you can easily see the information of the value of your currency in dollar within a certain period. Or it's not possible in your country. Yes, Mr. Peter.
Yeah. What is normally done is that, as Alex mentioned, there are 3 categories in financing water and sanitation in our country. For instance, we talk of water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, and there is allocation in 3 levels. This is how the calculation is done. Allocation is in 3 levels. There is what they call the Chapter 1, that is normal salaries for those staff who are working in the same sector, the 3 units. There is operational cost. There is capital expenditure. So you must classify these 3. How much was for allocation for the salaries, how much was allocation for the operation, and then for capital expenditure. This is the total. And then it becomes easy for you if you go for national level, state level, or county level. You get these all, and then you sum up. This become the approved budget. Disbursement is another issue. So that when we are talking of such kind of a lump sum for these 3 categories, it will be only for operations and for salaries. But capital expenditure is very minimal. It's not there for some years. So we will calculate these 2, and they will still fit into this budget that has been approved. It is approved by the cabinet. It is taken to the parliament. It is approved and became enacted as a law, financial law, at every year. So this is how we make it. Sometimes you go to the Minister of Finance, he himself, and get this data. We can get it from our book, yearly book. You can just get it. But the disbursement is where now you go detail. So this is how we normally disaggregate.
Okay, thank you very much. So the other level here is the disbursement. So we want to know how much we have allocated and how much we have disbursed in the water, in the sanitation and hygiene sector in 2020. So I think this one is very easy. So the allocation here is not the because we noticed there was some confusion in terms of the finance of the activity in the water and sanitation sector. If in your national budget, what you have agreed on is only the salary for the staff, that's fine. You consider it as a contribution of the government. If there is a debt or loan or whatever that the government has contracted to support the water and sanitation sector, you consider it also as the national budget. So it's a total of the funding that has been approved by the authority for the water and sanitation, for the sanitation and hygiene sector. Okay. Yes, Abdurrahman.
Je voudrais réagir par rapport à un petit détail. En ce qui concerne le cadre de financement, je crois que ça sera mieux d'adopter les dépenses au lieu des allocations. Parce qu'au niveau des budgets, on prévoit des montants. Mais en réalité, on ne réalise pas ce qui a été prévu. Pour diverses raisons de capacité de consommation de crédit au niveau des institutions en charge ou d'autres problèmes fois d'ordre politique, social. Et le plus important, je crois que c'est faut se concentrer sur les dépenses réelles. Ce sera mieux.
OK, merci beaucoup. Je pense les dépenses, il y a l'indicateur là où on a disburse là. On a déjà un indicateur sur les dépenses. On a un indicateur sur les dépenses, on a un indicateur sur les allocations et sur les dépenses. Donc, le deuxième niveau ici, c'est au niveau des dépenses. On a parlé des décaissements. Donc, c'est déjà pris en compte dans ce tableau-là. Donc, par exemple, ici, quand vous voyez le pourcentage du PIB décaissé pour l'assainissement, le pourcentage du PIB décaissé pour l'assainissement. Le décaissement, c'est en termes de dépenses. Combien est-ce qu'on a eu à dépenser ou bien à utiliser dans le domaine de l'assainissement? Je ne sais pas si c'est... Parce que l'aspect des disbursements, ça prend déjà l'aspect des décaissement. Donc, on a une partie où on parle de l'allocation. C'est qu'on prévoit pour le secteur de l'assainissement et de l'hygiène. Et l'autre aspect, c'est ce qu'on a réellement dépensé pour l'assainissement et l'hygiène. Donc, ces éléments sont déjà pris en compte au niveau de cet indicateur. OK, donc vous allez voir ici, c'est juste la méthode de calcul. Hein. Donc, c'est comme ça on fait le calcul pour les allocations dans le domaine de l'eau, de l'assainissement et de l'hygiène. On ne demande pas au pays de faire ces calculs-là. Le système a déjà intégré les calculs. OK? So from here, we are just the computation, the methodology to report this indicator. We are not requesting our member state to proceed like this. The system will generate automatically the value of each indicator. So we are just requesting from you to report on this one, the different information, the BSA, the GDP, and then the system would generate automatically the value of the indicator. So you can see also here, there are some interpretation of the percentage. If it's for the GDP, we have the percentage. If it's less than 0.1% or more than 0.5%, this is the range where you are, okay? So this is just an interpretation of the value you obtain. You obtain. That's why for last year report, it's only one country who were able to be at the level of height here. One country will be able to have 0.4 to 0.5 of their GDP allocated to the sanitation, the sanitation and hygiene sector. So here we have now the allocation. The first one was the allocation of the GDP to the sanitation and hygiene sector. The second one here is the allocation of the 5%, the allocation of the national budget to the water supply, sanitation and hygiene sector. So the first is the GDP, the other one is the national budget, which is quite, they are quite different. So you can see here is the same information we request from you. The sum of all allocation to water supply services in the national budget and the total national budget in the reporting here. So here you report in dollar, not in your local currency, please. So you have to go through the system of your national bank to see the value of the dollar during the reporting period. So it's the same thing with the sum of all allocation to water supply in the national budget, sum of all allocation to sanitation services in the national budget, and the total national budget in the reporting here. Okay. So these are the different information, and here you have the data sources. Data sources, where to collect the information, those type of information. So it's the same thing here. It's the same with this, and here we also have the computation. So we are not asking you to calculate this. The system will generate it automatically, and then from that we will calculate and see where you stand in your countries. So here now, this information is term of the contribution of the ODA. Here we want to know the official development assistance in the government budget for water and sanitation. So we want to know the percentage of total financing of water supply, sanitation, and hygiene through the that comes from the partners. Okay, so we want to know the contribution of our partners because we have one objective is by 2030 that by 2030 the finance of the water sector should be around 75% from the government and around 25% from the donor or the NGO and others. So now we want to know the contribution of the donor or the ODA in the water sector. So last year it was only one country were able to achieve this target, around 25% of the national, that the 25% of the less than 25% of the budget is sponsored by ODA, official development assistance. Okay, so it's also easy here to generate the value of this. So you should have a process within your country to know the contribution of the NGO and other actors in the water and sanitation sector. If you don't have that, it will be very difficult to report this information. So those countries who went through the TrackFin process with WHO, it's very easy to report this information because they went through the process of TrackFin to know the contribution of the different actors within the water sector. So from that TrackFin report, unfortunately, it's not all the member states that went through the TrackFin report. So from the TrackFin report, they were able to extract the contribution of the ODA in the water sector. So I hope that maybe this year, a lot of countries will be able to report this information. Yes?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the segregation of the data for financing towards water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. Like for the case of Malawi, in terms of sanitation and hygiene, it falls under a single component. So when we are requested to segregate the data, it becomes a challenge, especially for the sanitation and hygiene. For water supply, there's no problem because we have like a separate components. But now for sanitation and hygiene, it is one component. But here when we are reporting for the WASSMO, I think we are requested to segregate that data. So it's quite a challenge for us.
Okay, so for those countries like yours, I think we recommend to do an estimation. If you can know the value in hygiene, from the discussion we had, some of them can know exactly can estimate the percentage or from the budget that went to hygiene. Because in some budget, it's difficult to see a line of hygiene. So most of the time you will see it's under hydraulic or other budgets. But from your experience, you can just do an estimation of, okay, from this budget, this is the amount the percentage we contributed to the hygiene sector. So instead of having zero here, knowing that we are doing some activity in the area of the hygiene, but it's not really captured in your budget. And as we said, it's a learning process. So if this year we don't have the hygiene component in your budget, you as the officer, you can push it within your ministry to see if we can allocate this type of line within the national budget. Emmanuel, you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to also ask, what is it like for the water? Are you saying that you have the same for both water, sanitation, and hygiene, or it is only applicable to sanitation and hygiene, but different for water?
For the budget, you have a budget, like when it's being approved, it's approved as the water and sanitation. But within that, you have line items like for the water resources, you have a line item for water supply. But for sanitation and hygiene, it comes as sanitation and hygiene. There's no segregation for sanitation and hygiene. So it's you have water resources, you have water supply, and sanitation and hygiene. But now when we are being requested to input data for WASSMO, it's like we are supposed to segregate sanitation. You have to input the financing for sanitation separately, as well as financing for hygiene separately. But in terms of the budget, it comes as sanitation.
Okay, thank you. Any other question on this? Okay. Yes, madam. Your name, please, and then you. Use a mic, please, madam. Thank you. You can sit there, use it.
Okay, I'm called Margaret. I am from Global Water Partnership, Eastern Africa. And now I just give my contribution. I just listened to her comments. It's like it would be, she's finding it a challenge to segregate the contributions from the government when water and sanitation is just one component. But I would think that at the sector level, when you're programming and planning, I don't think you implement them as one component. I believe that you have a water budget, maybe water investment budget, and you also have a sanitation budget. So at that level, I believe that the lump sum that has come from the government is segregated to indicate which one has gone to sanitation and which one has gone to water investment. Thank you. So I don't think that that is going to really remain a challenge on segregating data collection. That is
Okay, thank you. Yes, madam, you want to say something?
Myself clear on that one. The issue is not about the differentiating between water and sanitation, but the differentiating between sanitation and hygiene. Because according to the indicators there, you're supposed to input financing towards hygiene, as well as separately, and financing towards hygiene. So what I'm trying to say is, like for our budget, you're looking at water resources separately, which means it's water resources, you're looking at the other operations as well as the capital investment. You also have the water supply, you're looking at the other operational recurrent as well as capital investment. You also have sanitation and hygiene, whereby you're also looking at the operations as well as the capital investments. So in terms of sanitation and hygiene, it's like one component. But here under WASSMO, you're supposed to report on sanitation separately and on hygiene separately. So that's where I was trying to clarify. It's not about the water supply, water resources. Those are clear, but it's sanitation and hygiene. Because here you're supposed to be reporting them separately. You report on sanitation separately and hygiene separately.
Okay, thank you, madam. I will give the floor to Abdelrahman. Abdelrahman? Merci.
Je reste un peu sur les détails parce qu'ils sont très importants, surtout pour le futur. Je vais expliquer. Par exemple, au niveau de l'indicateur aide publique, il faut faire attention dans le sens, est-ce qu'on parle du budget national de l'État ou de l'investissement d'une façon générale, y compris les institutions en charge, les opérateurs en charge du secteur. Je prends l'exemple chez nous. Nous avons l'investissement de l'État pour l'infrastructure hydraulique. En même temps, les deux opérateurs de l'assainissement et l'eau potable, ils investissent. Encore, pour tout ce qui est au thermal, c'est le privé. Le privé, il investit au niveau des eaux thermales. Ce sont des ressources après tout. Encore pour l'avenir, il faut faire attention que certains pays vont s'engager au niveau de la concession. Surtout pour le dessalement et l'énergie renouvelable, il faut prévoir, faire attention et inclure ces investissements au niveau du cadre des indicateurs de l'aide publique. Voilà.
Ok, très bien, c'est noté. Je voulais dire quelque chose, mais ça m'échappe. On va revenir après. Ok, donc on peut continuer. Je pense pour le budget, il ne faut pas trop stresser. C'est le budget national qui est approuvé au niveau du Parlement. Ça dépend de quel niveau d'approbation dans vos pays. Si le budget national est approuvé au niveau du Parlement, c'est ce budget-là qu'on utilise. La ligne qu'on a dédiée à l'assainissement, c'est ça qu'on utilise. Maintenant, il y a plusieurs composants dans le budget. Il y a la contribution interne, contribution externe et autres. Ça ne nous intéresse pas. On veut maintenant le budget approuvé au niveau national parce que si on va dans les détails du budget, vous allez voir, il y aura une section interne, il y aura une section externe. Interne, c'est les ressources mobilisées au niveau interne, peut-être à partir des impôts et autres, des taxes. Externe, maintenant, c'est la partie que le gouvernement mobilise à travers les prêts et les dons et autres. Donc, c'est tous ces deux composants-là qu'on doit rapporter dans le système compte de la contribution, quand on dit national. Donc, c'est que l'État s'est engagé comme budget, ce qui était approuvé au niveau national, que ce soit interne ou externe en termes de prêts ou de dons. Il y a des infrastructures, par exemple, dans le domaine de l'assainissement, que l'État doit faire développer ces infrastructures à partir des prêts qu'ils vont faire auprès des institutions internationales. On ne peut pas négliger cette contribution-là. Donc, si ce... Ah, d'accord, merci. A bit fast. So, je disais pour le budget, prenons en compte le budget qui était approuvé au niveau national. Si c'est approuvé au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale, c'est ce budget-là qu'on prend comme la contribution de l'État. On ne va pas entrer dans les détails pour savoir le pourcentage des prêts ou des dons ou bien de ce qui vient directement du gouvernement. Ça, c'est ce qu'on demande quand on dit national budget, budget national. Maintenant, l'autre aspect, ici, on veut savoir aussi la contribution des partenaires au développement dans ce budget-là. Donc, le premier indicateur qu'on a présenté, le premier paramètre qu'on a mis, National Budget Allocated to Sanitation, le budget national alloué à l'assainissement, c'est la ligne du budget national qu'on prend, qui est approuvé au niveau du Parlement. Le second aspect maintenant de ce budget, de ce que nous sommes en train de mesurer, c'est la contribution des partenaires au développement. ODA, je peux dire c'est partenaires au développement dans ce budget national. Normalement, la cible qui était arrêtée par les différents pays, c'était qu'ils doivent contribuer à moins de 25% du budget global. Donc, on veut maintenant savoir quelle est la contribution de ces partenaires au développement dans le budget national. Je ne sais pas si on a essayé d'élever l'équivoque par rapport à cela. Ne stressons pas trop pour savoir pour le premier indicateur sur National Budget. Non, on veut juste le budget approuvé au niveau national, que ce soit par le Parlement ou bien autres institutions qui sont propres à votre pays. Madame Dr. Nadia.
Nadia from Sudan. I think we cannot actually or exactly said we have the financial report number exactly because there is NGO. NGO can support water and sanitation with high percent compared with the financial from the Minister of Financial Affairs. So we cannot set actually what we, so how much we support sanitation, water and sanitation project in Sudan or any country, because NGO has a part of financial for water and sanitation and hygiene.
Okay, the question was not clear. Is difficult to Sudan to track that information, or was not very clear?
Yes, yes, we has because we has annual financial support for water, for Ministry of Water, and has financial support for sanitation and hygiene to Ministry of Health. So I think there is support from NGO. We don't know actually the percent of support from NGO and from the government.
Okay, okay. So if you don't know, so it's now up to your country to put in place a system to track that, to see how we can.
Yes, yes. We can.
Yeah, it's now to our member state to put in place a system to track the contribution of the other partners in the water sector. So I think it's where most of the time in many countries, it's not very clear how much this the partner support the water sector. Okay, because for most of our countries, the implementation will not follow even, they will just go and implement or build a borehole or do whatever in a community without informing the authority. So it's now to us to put in place the system to report those type of finance. So this one also is also the we want to track. It's not only the NGO, it's also even the member of parliament in some of the councils. They will go to build the borehole in their village. Nobody will be aware about how much they spend to build this borehole. Okay, even you are director. Some of you are director. You will go and build the borehole in your village. You will not inform the authority that this is what I have done in my village. So this one will not be captured to the level of the authority to know how much we have spent or how much we are invested in the water sector, in the sanitation and hygiene sector. So it's up to us to see how to put in place those systems to really capture the finance of the other partners other than the government in the water and sanitation sector. So the WASSMO is a learning process. If we don't have the information this year, we put in place a system to collect the information for the next campaign or the other one. So I don't know if there's any other question in this. Please wait. Yes, madam.
From Egypt. I have two questions. First, for the ODA official exact definition for this definition. In some cases, we have agreement for projects or loans or grants for many years. Okay, so if I have to put the ODA for the year 2020, what should I have to do to agreement for the 3 years? By 3 or what should I do? Okay, that's one. The second, for the debate about hygiene and how it's related to sanitation or what. In my opinion, I cannot separate hygiene from sanitation either. So may to end this debate, we can with some. Yes, yes. Okay, but I really want to know some examples from some countries who reported for dispersion budget for hygiene.
Okay. Okay, so she wants to know which country have reported the hygiene component. And the,
Examples for the project for hygiene.
and the example of the budget you dedicated to hygiene. Anybody has this answer? Any example to give to our colleague from Egypt? Which country has been able to report or to track the budget, to have the budget specific line on hygiene and to report on it? Can we have an example? Yes, Peter.
Actually, I had wanted to ask a question earlier between Egypt and Kenya and Ghana, because there was an initiative. There was an initiative called TrackFin.
Yeah, TrackFin.
So that's why I was raising my hand to know where is Ghana, because they should give us the details on, because it was implemented by Ghana. And I think Ghana is not part of this group. They might have given a proper, maybe in the reporting might be very clear. So that is what I wanted to say. But in another way, I had wanted to explain that this book, when it was published, it was meant to streamline each item. Hygiene to be streamlined, water supply to be streamlined, and sanitation to be streamlined. And then when we are budgeting, we budget against each, because everyone among the three have to be reported against the SDGs. And all the countries are encouraged. That's why this document was developed by AMCAO, and I was a part of this document. So, and even the strategy. So there is a need for all of us, including my country. We try to budget. We will try to budget against each, because that is why there is a Directorate of Sanitation and Water Supply and Sanitation. And then there is Department for Sanitation. There is Department for Hygiene. There is Department for Water Supply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. I think as I was saying, it's true that it's difficult to know the percentage on hygiene most of the time. So you can see from the data I presented from last year, it's only around 12% of the funds that goes to the hygiene sector. So for those who could not, we are encouraging you to make an estimation to put in place maybe for next year, the system to track that. But for those who went through the TrackFin, as I said, those who went through the TrackFin process of the WHO, we work with the federal government of Nigeria for the TrackFin. You can easily, it's a process, it's a consultation process with the TrackFin to know the level of financing in the water sector. Who is financing the water sector and how much they are financing the water sector. This is an initiative led by WHO. It's based on the request of the member state. Okay, so from that you can easily identify how much you spend or how much you have been allocated in sanitation and hygiene. So I think in Africa it's around 4 or 5 countries who have been able to go through the TrackFin process. Tomorrow, Fiona will give us this information about Fiona from WHO. She'll make a presentation on some of the SDG indicators, so she can explain the process the country went through for the TrackFin. So those who went through that is very easy, because from that you will understand that you need to put in place a system to track the level of financing in your water sector. So yeah, this is what I can say for now regarding this one. And now to measure the ODA, the contribution of the ODA, you have the government contribution and you have the official government agency contribution also. From some countries, you have a dedicated ministry that is responsible for the support of the ODA in any sector. Okay. You will take in some of the francophone countries, they call, you have at the region level, you have a governor. At the district level, you have what they call a prefect or sous-prefect, somebody that every year, all the partners, all those who are working within the sector, within the region will report to the authority, and then the authority will report now to the governor annually. for those who have been working in NGO, they know that annually you have to submit a report to the local authority. And from that report, you have a line, a different line for what you are working within the region. And now the local authority will consolidate all those information to know how much you are spent in the region where, or in the village where you intervene. So if you don't have that process within your account, it will be very difficult to know the contribution of the ODA. Okay, so I think we will move now. If you still have a question, we can still continue the discussion. The discussion. Thierry?
Oui, merci beaucoup, Patrice. En fait, je voudrais revenir par rapport à ce tableau, petit tableau là, le calcul là. Peut-être que je n'ai pas bien compris. Pourquoi, par rapport au résultat, si le résultat est élevé, la progression se dit très faible.
Pardon?
Vous voyez le tableau là?
Oui, oui.
Oui. Quand on fait le calcul, par exemple, si le résultat est élevé, on dit que la progression c'est faible.
Ah, ok, c'est une très bonne question. Pour ce tableau, on vérifie, on regarde la cible. Ok, vous voyez au niveau de la cible ici, c'est le target là. Ici, on a mis en 2030, on doit mettre en place un mécanisme de financement durable où on aura moins de 25% de la contribution du budget national, où on aura moins de 25% de contribution du budget national par les organismes, les partenaires au développement du pays. Donc ici, on veut mesurer la contribution. On voudrait que d'ici 2030, que les partenaires au développement puissent contribuer à moins de 25% du budget national. Ça, c'est notre cible d'ici 2030. Donc, si on finit les calculs, si en calculant le pourcentage là, ici, l'indicateur, c'est le pourcentage. Le pourcentage du financement par les partenaires de demandeurs au secteur de l'eau et de l'assainissement. La cible ici, c'est 25%. OK? Moins de 25%. Si à la fin, on se rend compte que ici, la contribution est entre 46 et 100%, ça veut dire que au niveau du pays, c'est toujours très faible. On n'a pas encore atteint la cible. OK? Si à la fin, on fait le pourcentage, on se rend compte que les partenaires de développement contribuent toujours à environ 46 et 100%, par exemple. OK? Ça veut dire que c'est toujours, c'est very low ici, là. Donc, on n'a pas encore atteint, c'est pour ça que c'est rouge, on n'a pas encore atteint very low par rapport à ce qui est arrêté comme cible. Parce qu'on veut que la contribution soit moins de 25% des partenaires de développement. Si on a plus de 25%, c'est qu'on n'a pas encore atteint la cible. C'est pour cela que vous allez voir ici, quand vous allez voir ici, à partir de 16 et 25%, vous allez voir, c'est à partir du vert. Ça veut dire qu'on est en train de tendre vers l'atteinte de la cible qui était de 25%. Donc, il faut toujours vérifier le tableau des progrès par rapport à la cible qui était, que nous avons arrêtée. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des questions encore sur ça. OK. Donc, on va avancer. Donc, ici, là, on a, this is the other indicator here is in terms of the, we now have the opportunity to go through the 180 parameters. So here we have the other parameters. The indicator here is the target here is by 2030, implement water supply and wastewater tariff that address cost subsidy and the need of the poor. Okay, these are the this indicator we have here. The proportion of the utility self-population that obtain water and sanitation services from the public water utility that apply tariff. Okay, here we have two indicators. The first one is a population served by water utility that apply tariff addressing cost subsidy and the need of the poor in the reporting here. I think here with the ministry in charge of water or the national company that supply the water, you can easily have this poor tariff within them. The number of people that are under this cost, the poor tariff. And then we want the total population served by the water utility in the reporting here. Okay. So the national company that supply the water can easily give you this information. So you want to know the number of people that they consider as poor, and that they have a special tariff as poor. And then here we want to know the total population that are served by the water utility within the year. So from that we calculate the proportion. Okay, so this one is also very easy to calculate. So here this information is disaggregated by urban. We want to know this information at the urban level and then at the rural level. So this is a table we propose. So this is a table we propose to know if in your country you have many water utilities. So you have to work with those many water utilities to know what is the total population that they consider as they apply this special tariff. So you see, this is the number of the water utility here. The type, is it at the urban or the rural level, the geographical location, and the population they serve. It's the same thing we apply here, and then at the end of the day, you have the total population here. Okay. So this is what we are asking. We have shared this presentation with you. So here also is another SDG indicator. We want to know the degree of implementation of financing for water resource development and management. So it's also very, here we have the different parameters here that help us to track here the information. You see here what is repeating here is the total budget or the total expenditure within the reporting here. So this one is also a repetition for what we just presented. I will just pass here. So here is this target is by 2025, expand the non-governmental financing to cover at least 30% of water and sanitation related activity. So here we have the different SDG indicators. So we have tried to include some of the SDG indicator into the WASSMO. So that's why we will share the list of the SDG 6 focal point to you. So during the reporting process, you should convene those focal points so they will give you the information they have reported to the UN in 2020, okay, to avoid the discrepancy in our data. And here you need to work with the Finance Ministry and the Water Ministry. I also refer to the GMP. So you have to work with the GMP focal point within your country to get this information. So now this is a non-governmental financing institution that is just, it's not exhaustive. So this is just what we have Rockefeller, we have Bill and Melinda Gates and other institutions. Okay, so this one is just the computation. So you don't need this information. Is this formula we have transferred it into the WASSMO system. Okay, thank you very much. So this is what we prepare for you for team 1. So I don't know if there's a question for team 1. Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Patrice. Yeah. For the sources where we get the data, I think you have indicated JMP as one of the sources, but I have a problem with the JMP because if you need current data, that is, if you're asking us for 2022 data, if you go to the JMP 2022, the data that is there, I think it's maybe for, if it's a 2022 JMP, it is giving you data for maybe 2020. So how do we reconcile this? That's my question.
Okay, so with the GMP, here is the GMP focal point. It's not the GMP data, okay? Because we have the issue with most of our members with the GMP information. which for some indicator is an extrapolation that they will just do. Some of members will not agree with the information. So what we recommend is to work with the GMP focal point. In each country, there is a GMP, and they are all government official. Okay, so for this campaign, you should invite them in your meeting, so they will inform you about the information that they reported to GMP in 2020. This will avoid the discrepancy in our data. Okay. But for the validation process, I don't know how the GMP is done at the country level for the validation. But for us to avoid the discrepancy in the data of GMP and the WASSMO, we recommend our members to convene the GMP focal point. All those who are reporting the SDG 6 focal point, they should be part of the national validation process of your data. Question on team 1 before we go on break? Because it's around 1:35 and we need to go on break. Yes?
Ask on the water utility. In some areas, you have the municipalities that are supplying the water directly to the residents. Can you repeat? On the water utility, where we said if they have strategies to subsidize the poor. So I'm saying you have some towns or municipalities that are the supply of water, and they're not going through the water utility. How do we record that one? Give the name of the town council, or what is it?
Yes, if within the town you have, they are responsible for that, you can also collect the information from them. Okay, so you just went through a general overview, assuming that we have water utility in the different, in those areas. But if you don't have a water utility and you have an operator at the national level who can give you this information, that's also fine. Okay, it's not only by the water utility. It depends for how your countries, how you plan with within your country in terms of supplying the population with water. It can be through the water utility, it can be through an operator, or it can be through whatever. But what we are requesting is just the data from those entities. Okay. The question on team 1 before we move on break, please. Yes.
Thank you, Patrice, for the good presentation. I have one question about the financial or governance financial. When the project extend more than 2 or 3 years as a strategic project, how to put or collect the data to put it in the WASSMO report? If the project is extended for 2 or 3, the budget not for 2022, maybe from 2022 to 2025. When to put the data in the WASSMO report, to put it for the strategic for 2022 to 2025, or only for the 2022. It's not divided. As a government.
So for instance, in your country, you have budget for 3 years.
Yes.
But it's not divided per year.
Yes.
That is it.
Yeah.
So
Not
how
divided. How to put it in the WASSMO report?
But you have action plan for each year.
For sanitation or for the water supply?
Because from my understanding, if you have a budget for 5 years, you have the action plan for each year. So you can have an idea of, this is what I'm planning to, this is what I'm allocating from the overall budget, this is what I'm allocating for water and for sanitation, maybe for 2015. This is what I'm allocating 2016, and this is what I'm allocating 2017. So I think it's the information from that action plan that you should take, where you have the disaggregation, or it's not possible to get the disaggregation. Because I don't know if I understand very well. You can have an overall budget from your strategy. So you have your strategy within the water sector, where you agree that in 3 years you will spend $10,000. But from that $10,000, you can have the action plan that we have prepared to say, okay, for the first year, year one, this is what I'm planning to spend.
You mean as a stages?
Yes. Stages, yes. As stages, yes. Year two, this is what I'm planning to spend, and year three. And now the overall is what you dedicated for the 3 years, for instance. So this is what you take from your action plan, not from the national budget. Now you will go to your action plan to know how much we have dedicated or allocated for sanitation for that.
Another question, if possible, to distribute the presentation, because as an index.
Yes, I have shared the presentation, but I can still share that with you. Yeah, I've shared all the presentation. If you have not received, I will share it again with you can give me when you are sick, I will post it. Yes, I mean.
From my view, I think the challenges in the indicators about how implementing IWRM project.
How?
The challenges face us from my view, how to measure the indicators tell about IWRM and how implementing the percentage of implementing IWRM in countries. This is more challenges. This is one point we need to discuss it, to put a framework to planning for the strategies and implementing IWRM project in countries.
But you have a committee within the country for this.
No data for IWRM because it's a whole view, environment and social and everything. It's all in one view. Integrated water resource management.
Okay, so I think they are asking some specific questions that we can discuss. Is in terms of their country, where they have a budget they have a strategy for 5 years. So there is no strategy, there is no validation of the budget every year. This is what I have here, okay? So they have a budget for 5 years, and they were asking how to report the information annually, because for the WASSMO, we are requesting the information annually. And then we were suggesting that from the 5 years, from your strategy, you have also action plan for each year. So from that action plan, you can easily pick the budget that you are allocated for year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 5. So it's just an action plan, even though it's not the situation, but this is what we are allocated from your strategy. This is the action plan we have for, this is what we are planning to allocate for the water sector for year 1, year 2, and year 3. And at the end of each year, you can know this is how much I disbursed from this action plan for in the water and sanitation sector, year 1, year 2, year 3. So this was the explanation and the discussion we're having with Libya and Sudan. Yes, really?
Merci. J'aimerais savoir pourquoi, dans le thème financement, pourquoi la contribution de la population n'est pas prise en compte, alors que dans certains cas, ça donne, ça peut évaluer à une grande variable. Je donne par exemple, chez nous, On trouve par exemple la population qui peut donner la terre pour l'aménagement d'une source. Ils peuvent également contribuer à planter les arbres autour de la source. Tout ça, ça peut être évalué en valeur et donné en coût fort dans le financement global. Merci.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je pense que c'est une suggestion qui n'est pas prise en compte dans le cadre du WASSMO, parce que pour l'instant, on veut juste savoir le financement des acteurs directement, sans on ne prend pas en compte la contribution de la population en tant que telle. Donc, si par exemple, moi, je suis député, je vais faire un truc dans mon village, on ne va pas prendre en compte la contribution de la population qui va me donner le terrain ou bien et autres. On va juste prendre ce que moi j'ai dépensé directement pour la construction de cette infrastructure-là. Donc, ce n'est pas seulement la construction de l'infrastructure, peut-être c'est tout ce qui vient avant cela. OK? Parce que si on a un rapport bien détaillé, on verra que même pour ceux qui vont creuser le puits, le terrain, ou si tu achètes un terrain, on va aussi prendre cela en compte au niveau du budget. S'il y a un moyen de traçabilité au niveau national, ça sera facile de prendre en compte la contribution des populations. Parce que si on dit que le puits, c'est par exemple un forage ou un outil pour oui, un forage qu'on veut construire, ou bien autre, ou bien la construction de latrines. Si on dit par exemple c'est 10 millions de francs CFA ou bien 10 millions de dollars, les 10 millions n'entrent pas seulement dans le creusage de la latrine. Il y a plusieurs aspects qui prennent en compte qui entrent en compte dans le financement de ces 10 millions-là. Mais c'est le détail qu'on n'a pas au niveau de cela. Mais si on détaille très bien le budget, on pourra savoir quelle est la contribution, comme vous dites, des populations. Mais on ne veut pas entrer dans ces détails-là. C'est juste combien est-ce que vous avez investi pour pouvoir avoir telle infrastructure d'assainissement ou bien d'eau. OK? Quand si on est bon, on va aller à la pause pour 45 minutes. On va revenir et continuer avec la thématique 2. So, je ne sais pas si les organisateurs peuvent nous montrer où on doit prendre la pause. So, I think if we have done for now, we will go to the launch for 45 minutes and then come back to continue with the team 2 of the WASSMO. So, where is the place for the launch, please? The launch is the restaurant. So we'll close for now for team 1. After the break, we'll continue on that team for team 2, team 3, and team 4. Okay? Oh, thank you very much for the very good interaction. Thank you. See you in 45 minutes. OK, donc la restauration, c'est au restaurant hein, où on prend le petit déjeuner. So for the lunch, it's at the restaurant, please. OK? OK, c'est au restaurant. More? Okay. Okay, so in the next 10 minutes, we'll do an icebreaker exercise, okay? In the next 15 minutes, so the time to digest very well, and then we don't want people to vomit the food. After we'll do the icebreaker exercise, the time will digest very well. Okay, so we'll continue with the team 2 of the WASSMO, which is the water supply, sanitation, hygiene, and wastewater. So for some of us, the team 1 was the most difficult team because the other one there is more technical. So we'll now continue with the team 2. We talk about here the contribution of how our government is contributing in the water and sanitation sector. So the rationale here is to see the poor service access level for WASH in Africa was one of the key motivations for the Sharm el-Sheikh commitment and the creation of the WASSMO. Okay, so this theme is very important for us because we want to track here how our government is performing in the area of water and sanitation. So here we have the sub-team on water supply. You will see most of the indicators here. They are SDG 6 indicator. We have colleagues from the WHO who connect tomorrow to show us, to give us more information about some of the indicators. So please not surprised that I will just switch from one to another, knowing that tomorrow our colleague from WHO will facilitate some of the session. So here you can see the first indicator here, the first target here is the SDG 6 target. Is by 2030, we should achieve equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. Okay, so here you have the different indicator we need to measure, which is the percentage of population with access to basic drinking water. And these are the different parameters. So for us, just to remind us, for the WASSMO, what we are looking from the member state is the parameters. Okay, our member state, we are not asking you to calculate the value of percentage or the GDP. No, what we are asking, you will see in the system, is the input parameters we have within for each indicator. So for one of these indicators, the percentage of population with access of drinking water, the input parameters we are looking here, and what you should input in the WASSMO system is the total population, the total rural population with access to basic drinking water services. The second information is the total population in the rural area and the urban population with access to basic drinking water services, the total population in urban area, and the national population with access to basic drinking water services. And at the end, we need the total population of your country in 2020. So all this information should be the data up to 31st December 2020. So I'm sure that with the support of the partners, the statistic, you can easily get this information from the statistic, or also from some of the survey that the county office of UNICEF used to conduct every year. The MIC survey, you can also have some of the information under the MIC survey. So here we have some definition that we pick from the, we have some information that we pick from the GMP. So we have the definition of what is the basic water services, okay, and what is improved drinking water. So we mentioned the source of collection of the improved drinking water to avoid any confusion. So for this indicator, always refer to the indicator fact reference sheet that was distributed with you. So always refer to that to avoid any confusion. So you can see this one is the SDG indicator. We pick the definition from the GMP report. So according to GMP, the following sources are categorized as improved drinking water sources. We have the pipe water into the dwelling, the pipe water into the yard, the public tap, the top well, the protected dig well and protected spring, the rainwater collection, and others. So, and also we make a position about water sources that are not considered as improved, okay, not improved. So it's unprotected dig well, the unprotected spring, the vendor provided the water and the bottled water. So you have a tanker from here that we consider as not improved. Okay, so we should not take the information or the volume of water from the tank to consider as an improved drinking water. Okay, so here also we have the computation of the computation of the indicator, how to calculate. So here in terms of the we mentioned safely managed water services is improved sources located on premise, available when needed, and free from microbiological and priority chemical contamination. So here the priority chemical vary from one country to another, but at the global level, the priority is on the arsenic and the fluoride. So here we recommend our member states to align on the national criteria, okay? But they are just saying that at the global level, the focus is at the level of the arsenic and the fluoride. C'est bon? L'information ne passe pas dans les casques. Je ne sais pas si les casques. Il y a certains qui disent qu'ils n'arrivent pas à écouter. C'est bon, madame? C'est bon maintenant? OK. Donc, ici, on a aussi défini c'est quoi safely managed. Sorry. Here we also define what is safely managed water services. Okay. And in terms of the quality of the water, we are recommending to check to align on what is the definition at the national level, because the criteria vary from one country to another. But at the global level, they say they are focusing on the arsenic and the fluoride. So it's the level of the arsenic and fluoride. So you have to check from your countries what is the recommendation to consider as a safely water. So here, down there in blue and green, you have the computation. This is what the system will generate automatically. So for this, it's always good to invite the focal point of the SG6 indicator of your countries to help you to compute this this information. Okay, oui.
Just a quick one on the, I think it's the previous slide, the one that classifies, not this one, the next one. Yeah. Water that is treated or rather regarded as not improved includes the tanker truck.
In our case, the water that we ferry with the tanker truck is treated water, which has gone through the system, and that is the one that we take to the communities. Would that not fall in the previous category?
Okay. So there is one question to know if we should consider the water from the tank. And from their case, sorry. Can you remind the country, please? Your country?
Namibia.
Namibia. So from Namibia, they are saying that the water from the tank is treated. Okay, if we should consider it or not as part of the improved drinking water. Somebody has a solution for that? Somebody have a solution? So, yes?
Thank you. This is the experience from Tanzania. It's true, we agree with JMP to neglect the tankers because we are not sure of where they get that drinking water. It's true, they are registered to supply safe drinking water, but most of the time, because of malpractice, sometimes they feed in drinking water which is not from reliable source. So for that case, we also do not include tankers as a source of safe drinking water. So it's because we cannot monitor where they fetch water. That's why it is not included.
Yeah. Okay. So any other comment, please? Yes? South Sudan.
Good afternoon. Yeah, concerning the water in the truck, yes, it can be safe and clean, but sometimes it cannot be safe and clean because the water itself is clean, but the container sometimes can be clean or not clean. So in this case, we cannot judge that this water is clean, safe water.
Yes, this is because this exercise is coming from the consultation with the member states. So overall, the agreement was that the water from the tank is not safe. It can be safe, the water, but the tank, you don't know how they are maintaining the tank. So now it will depend now from you at the country level to know if the tank that are distributing the water are very clean or safe for the population to drink those water. But for most of the case, when those tanks distribute the water, it's not drinking water. Maybe it's the water to do other activities, but not to drink. You know, for some countries that we visited, the water that is distributed through the tank is not drinking. It's not drinking water. It's just to do other activity, the kitchen or others. Maybe you have to comment, please.
Yeah, I think I appreciate the comments of the colleagues, but perhaps to contextualize from our experience, we have a national water corporation which is tasked to distribute water that is clean for human consumption, that is. Now, when we on the rural sector, we have to distribute water through the tanker, primarily on emergency cases. So we go to the National Water Corporation and tap from the reliable source that there is, and only that water that is taken to be distributed on emergency cases. So it's clean water. Of course, there are also other tankers that take water that is not clean, which is now for either local authorities where you want to clean the roads or whatever that you do. But from our experience, the water that we distribute with the tanker is as clean as this water. So, and of course, all the precautions are taken. That is the comment that I was making.
Okay, thank you very much. So we need to contextualize, but from my explanation, we can't say don't consider this one because he said they have different type where they have tank that is just for the other usage and they have tank that they are using for the drinking water. Okay, but tomorrow our colleague from the BSO will come back in this this indicator about the precision on what. So we should contextualize this, but overall, the water coming from the tank is not clean, and we should not use it as an improved safely sanitation. Okay, here now we have the sanitation. We have the sub-team here on sanitation. Okay, so now we have a sub-team on sanitation where we have the percentage of population with access to basic sanitation services. You have here the list of the parameters. Thank you. You have the list of parameters. So in the WASSMO, you will just report on the list of parameters, okay? So all this information is accessible if you work with the ministry responsible for water and sanitation, the Ministry of Health, the National Statistics Authority, and your GMP focal point. Okay, so more or less this information on the sanitation, you should include the Ministry of Health. Because in some countries, the ministry in charge of water does not manage this aspect of sanitation. It's under the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Health. Here we have a definition of what is the basic sanitation services, just to avoid any confusion. So according to the GMP, when we say basic sanitation services is referred to use of improved sanitation facilities that are not shared with other households. Okay, so this is what we call basic sanitation services. And an improved sanitation facility, this is what we should include as improved sanitation facility, the flush, the septic tank, the pit latrine, the ventilated improved pit latrine, the composite toilet, and the pit latrine with slab. So sanitation facilities that are considered to be safely managed must fulfill the following criteria. And here we define the different criteria to be considered as safely managed. I'm sure that within your account is the same criteria you are following. Must be improved sanitation facility, must not be shared with other households, and the excreta produced should either be treated and disposed on site, stored temporarily, and then empty and transported to the treatment off-site. Okay, so this is the criteria to be considered as safely managed. The other information for the sanitation here, you will see is the percentage of population practicing, okay, the percentage of primary and secondary school with a sanitation program. So here we are requesting from you to report on the number of primary school, the number of secondary school that have a school sanitation program, and the total number of secondary primary school in your countries. The other indicator here, the next slide will define what is primary school and what is secondary school for you. So now the other one here is the percentage of population practicing the open defecation. Here we want to know the population practicing the open defecation at the urban and rural area, and we want to know the total population. So from those two information, we calculate we generate the value of the percentage of population practicing the open defecation. Okay, so this information is disaggregated by urban and rural. Always report like that. So you will see that in the system that we have two values regarding the open defecation. So so from your country, what is primary school? When we say primary school, what's the definition of a primary and secondary school?
Yeah, it depends on the countries. For example, in Egypt, primary school is from grade 1, which is 6 years old, until grade 6, which is 12 years old. This is primary. And then we have intermediate, preparatory, and then secondary, 3 and 3. But I think it depends from it's very, yeah, it depends from each country you are.
Yeah, that is cool. So maybe in your country also is the same thing. So here we define it in terms of what is primary school and what is secondary school. So what Dr. Tani just says, the primary school is for children about 4 to 11 years in which they receive primary or 11 or elementary education. And the secondary school is a school for children from 12 to 18 years old in which they receive lower and upper secondary education. So this is what we call as primary and secondary education. So here also we are calculating the population of the percentage of population with hand washing facilities with soap and water. So here we have the different parameters. We have around 6 parameters here to generate that will help us to calculate the value of this indicator. I think all those parameters, they are very easy to collect. The rural population with access to hand washing facility, the total population in the rural area, the urban population with access to hand washing facility, the total population in the urban area, and the total population of the countries in 2020. From that information, the system will generate the value of the indicator. So now the last component of this team is the wastewater treatment. How our country, how are we treating the wastewater? So we have here one indicator, which is so by 2030, half of the proportion of untreated waste water. Here we have this indicator on the percentage of wastewater not safely treated to calculate from this the information. So the different parameters as we mentioned in the national coordination platform. So during the validation process at the country's level, please always include this ministry or this organization to be part of the process. So it'll be very easy for you to collect the information. So for the countries that went through this process by involving all the different actors, it was very easy to report the information. So always consider involving all these ministers, the minister in charge of health, the ministry of in charge of water and sanitation, the National Bureau of Statistics, who can provide around 50% of the data here. Okay. So this is all for the team 2. Any other question on that team 2 before we move to team 3? So before the question, Emmanuel, maybe you can give an energizer. So we will to help us digest very well. Emma? So yes, after we can continue. Okay, please, can we stand up? Please. Please, please. I know we are a bit tired. Please. Someone want to go back now. Thank you. So we will try to touch the sky. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think this is just a comment, and maybe a comment seeking some input from others, what others' experience might be. In terms of ticking, most of the boxes there, my experience, we have the same. So far as coordination of various ministries that work with us in sanitation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, the translators. I was saying that what this comment is more to seek input for our benefit, especially on these issues of sanitation. On all the issues that you have mentioned, the boxes of integration, talking to this ministry, working with this institution so that we have, or at least achieve the same goal. We are working with that and we are doing that. But we are not successful in one part, which is what I want to find out what other people's experiences are. Especially in the rural areas where we are putting up these infrastructures of sanitation. There are some traditional communities where you put it up and they move away from it, or they do not use it. Now, of course, one could say that let's increase awareness on how to use it. But most of the investments that we have made, you go to them and they still do not want to use it. Now, when it comes now to reporting, you have a difficulty on the box of saying you have put in some money. You can easily say we have spent this much. But on the usage of that infrastructure, they're not using it. And the same goes for instance, sometimes we drill boreholes in some communities. We drill there and they move and leave the borehole there and go to the next place. So of course, maybe it's cultural and traditional issues. I was just curious to hear what other countries' experiences are and how are they dealing with it, and hopefully on those bases we could also learn a thing or two. But that is one area, in fact, we are not doing well on. Sanitation is a challenge. I think it's probably not only Namibia, but that's why you had me very curious to try and find out those that have succeeded, how did they do it, so that we can also learn from that. So that is just a question of interest.
Okay, thank you. Very good question. So maybe I will, who want to share their experience, Egypt or Tunisia or other countries can share their experience on how they have been working in the sanitation sector. Jerry, tu as levé la main? Ok, vas-y.
Merci, Patrice. En fait, par rapport à l'implication des autres ministères, moi, je pense que le ministère de l'aménagement du territoire, ça doit être impliqué aussi, hein, notamment. En fait, je n'ai pas ma question. Juste par rapport à l'implication des autres ministères, notamment sur le secteur assainissement et l'hygiène, comme chez nous, on n'est pas à négliger l'existence du ministère de l'aménagement des territoires parce qu'ils sont toujours considérés comme on fait l'assainissement, notamment sur la gestion des eaux usées, par exemple.
Merci pour le partage d'expérience par rapport à l'assainissement. Nous, comme on utilise comme latrine basique, c'est la latrine qui est un dispositif de l'eau pour quand on a fait l'évaluation pour track TMP, glace. Mais pour la lutte contre la défécation à l'air libre, dès qu'il y en a des disponibilités de latrines en zone rurale, on considère la latrine traditionnelle.
Okay, is it clear? Attends, wait. Okay, ils vont reprendre. Okay, please, just be very close to.
En fait, ce n'est que du partage que je fais là. Par rapport à l'assainissement et l'hygiène, comme chez nous, on a toujours impliqué le ministère de l'aménagement des territoires parce qu'ils font la gestion des eaux usées. Merci.
Okay. So he's saying that they always involve the ministry in charge of the management of the territory in the process of the sanitation. C'est ça? Vous impliquez toujours le ministère en charge de l'aménagement du territoire. C'est ça? Yes, madame, il faut reprendre. Parce qu'on n'a pas bien compris ce que tu as dit.
Comme partage d'expérience par rapport à l'assainissement, nous, pour les classes GMP, nous utilisons des latrines basiques qu'il y en a de dispositifs de l'eau. Mais pour la base nationale, nous, on a la latrine traditionnelle, on compte toujours la latrine traditionnelle parce que dans le monde rural, on n'utilise que la latrine traditionnelle et c'est justement pour indicateur sur la défécation à l'air libre. Donc, dès qu'il y a un dispositif de latrine traditionnelle, on le considère.
OK, merci beaucoup, madame. Abdelrahman.
Si, bon après-midi pour tous les collègues. Pour la Tunisie, d'abord, le secteur de l'assainissement, il est confié à au ministère de l'Environnement à travers l'Office national de l'assainissement. L'approche, c'est que tout ce qui est urbain et périurbain est en charge par l'Office national de l'assainissement. Tout ce qui est milieu rural est en charge en termes de l'investissement aux conseils régionaux. Pour le milieu urbain et périurbain, on parle du taux de raccordement, il est aux alentours de 78%, mais rapporté à la population, aux alentours de 103%. Voilà.
OK, très bien. Je ne sais pas si on peut avoir l'exemple, je ne sais pas pour l'Égypte.
Pour l'Égypte, moi, je préfère que peut-être le ministère du Housing pourrait répondre plus précisément. Merci.
D'accord. Thank you. Okay, so over to you, please.
Yes, for Egypt, we have guidelines or code for every thing. We have a code for the practicing of wastewater treatment, a code for treatment of wastewater, code of reuse for reuse of wastewater. So we have about 36 codes issued from the Ministry of Housing dealing with all the issues of hygiene, wastewater, drinking water, and everything. This is to manipulate this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing this. I hope is clear. So it's true even from the WASSMO report, you see those who are performing very well is most of the time the North Africa countries where most of the time the information on sanitation are very well. And we all recommend our country also to learn from how they are improving their sanitation sector. So thank you for this, for sharing this, for sharing the experience. So now we move to Team 3. So we move to Team 3 of the WASSMO. The Team 3 is about the water infrastructure for growth, okay? So the rationale here is to So here we want to address the rationale here is to track and to measure the importance of the infrastructure gap in Africa. That's why we developed the team 3. So we have a set of indicators. We will not focus on those, not go through detail with that. So we have the first one is in terms of the hydropower. So the target here is by 2025. So it means that in 3 years, we have to install around 25% to install the hydropower capacity as a percentage of the economically feasible potential. So these are the information we are looking. The sum of capacity rating of all installed hydropower plant, the amount of growth of theoretical potential that can be exploited within the limit. So here you work with the ministry in charge of energy to collect this information, or the national company that supply the energy to your countries. It will be very easy for them, and they have the capacity to provide you this type of information. So it's the same thing here. So those who work at the dam, the energy water productivity is also very easy to provide this type of information, which is the total energy production by the difference between the volume of the water withdrawal from energy and the volume of the return water. So these are the key elements for this team in terms of the water for energy. So we want to track the installation, the hydropower potential from our member state, and how we increase the energy water productivity. So here we also have one here. I will just focus on the last one here, which is the agricultural water productivity, because all this, we are all technicians, so we have those information within our country. So what we noticed also where we had a lot of issue is the agricultural water productivity here, where for some countries there is no resources to calculate this this value of the agricultural water productivity. We started the discussion last year or 2 years ago with IMI to see how they can support us to report this information, because here you need to conduct a survey to generate the value of the agricultural water productivity, or we agree on some proxy, because for some of the indicators, most of the parameters here, it's difficult for our members to collect the information. So I think we should agree on the proxy to see which parameters we should consider to calculate the agricultural water productivity for our program. Because you see here we have the GVA by agricultural, the proportion of agricultural GVA produced by the rainfed. These are information that is very difficult for some country who does not have the resources to generate the proportion. So it's something that we can agree on the proxy. So we'll discuss, we identify few focal points here with other regions to see how we can work to agree on the proxy to generate this value of agricultural water productivity. Because for most of this it's not possible. For few of the countries were able to report this information, but most of them no. Okay, so we are working with IMI to see if they can support us and support our member state instead of reporting this agricultural water productivity. And also for the team that we are planning to set to generate the value of the proxy, we'll also inform you about this information. When we say about proxy, yes?
What this indicator hydropower capacity required, what mean of, by the way, I remember this hydropower capacity required. The definition of this. The WASSMO Excel sheet. Sorry. In the WASSMO sheet, there is a hydropower capacity required. I remember my colleagues in energy ministry, they asked about this indicators. We didn't know the definition of hydropower capacity. Okay.
It's noted. So we'll check and read it to you. I asked my colleague to check the definition. Yes?
Yes, there's a reporting tool for 6.42, which was developed by FAO. Even a few countries who are trying Kenya, Egypt, and a few countries. So there's already a report template. We just input data, and then at the end of it, it calculates.
For this one?
Yes.
For the EAP?
Yes.
Agricultural Water Productivity.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I will see you after. So our colleague from Kenya is saying that few countries have been trained by FAO on how to measure this one. So Josh Ocean and his colleague they arrived in the afternoon, so they were not here in the morning. So both of them can stand up so we can see. So at Josh and Mutom, okay. So both of them, they are from Kenya, so they arrived this afternoon. Okay. Welcome. So also have Madam Margaret from GWP Uganda, who arrived also this afternoon. So you can stand up so we can see you. Okay, so we are working very closely with GWP to include the AIP scorecard into the WASSMO. Okay, so tomorrow a representative of GWP will make a presentation on the AIP scorecard. Thank you. So so a few countries has been trained as according to what George has said from Kenya on how to measure this information. So I was about to agree to set a team to agree on the proxy, because this information is true that this is the calculation, the method to calculate the information, but it's difficult to get it within our member states. So what we were suggesting is to agree on a proxy and then see how from that proxy we can generate the value of the agricultural water productivity. So Josh, I will discuss with you after and see what they have proposed from FAO. So I know it's possible for this one. That's why we are trying to work with IMI, but you need a lot of resources to conduct the survey and to generate the value of the indicator. Emma, have you found the no, these are the parameters. Yes, it's actually the definition. Okay, so this is also another indicator where we had a lot of issue. It's in terms of the transboundary indicator, okay? Because here we are looking for the percentage of transboundary, the percentage of potential transboundary infrastructure that is installed under installation in the reporting here. So this reporting here is 2020. Our reporting here is 2020. So for this value for transboundary, we have the value of completed installed transboundary water infrastructure, the value of water infrastructure plan, and the countries that are beneficiary of the transboundary infrastructure. Okay? We have a practical example of how we can measure this, we can generate the value of this. So here we define what is the transboundary water infrastructure. Here is physical span 2 or more countries, divert or convey water across the national border, to enable the transfer of the value derived from the water infrastructure from one country to another, and has impact on downstream and or upstream countries in terms of timing, quantity, or quality of water flow. So this is how we should, anyway, this is a type of transboundary here: water supply, wastewater, stormwater drainage, barrage, hydropower generation, the regional power. So you have the computation of this, the transboundary water infrastructure. So this is how we should report this information. So this is just an example. So you can see here the type of transboundary water infrastructure that we generated. We have one here. So from your cases, when you are reporting this, you can also prepare a table like this to have the name, the transboundary infrastructure project. This is an example from East Africa. We have the East and Southern Africa. We have the Rusumo Fall, which we have number of countries involved. We have 3 countries involved here. We have Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, and you have a type of infrastructure. Is it power generation? Is it the bulk water transfer? We mentioned here power generation, the description. So 80 megawatts power plant, the cost, and the link to the documentation. So all this information, you will need that. And at the end of the day, you calculate the total number here and the total cost of the transboundary water infrastructure. So these are the exercise we can do within our country to report this transboundary information. So now the other one here is in terms of the water infrastructure for growth, the different type of water infrastructure. So I will show you also the Excel sheet or the Word document you can prepare to report on the water infrastructure for growth. Yet we want to know the different type of water infrastructure, the required capacity, and the installed capacity for each water. So this is what we are asking. So you'll see in the WASSMO system, we will ask you all this information. All the information are the water infrastructure here. So we'll ask you the water treatment, the wastewater treatment, the area occupied by the port facilities, the hydropower generation, the area equipped for agricultural irrigation. So for all this information, we'll ask you to provide the information to the WASSMO. And then this is the computation here. Down here, you can see the water infrastructure for development. These are the computation. And at the end of the day, we multiply and we divide it, multiply by 100 and we divide by 11. So this is what we prepare for the team 3. I think it's very easy for you who are technician to report this information if you are working with your colleague from the other water sector. So we move now to the contribution under team 3. Any other contribution in water infrastructure for growth, or it's fine? Okay, thank you. We move to team 4. So after team 4, I will ask my colleague Emmanuel to come here and give some exercise, okay? Physical exercise. Hey, Peter, yeah. Thank you.
Three names of the birds in English, in French, or in Arabic. We better say words, some birds. One name, dove, isn't it? Dove. And what? Duck. Dove and duck, are they birds? Huh? Eagle. Okay. If you hear one of the birds that I'm mentioning the name, you do like this. Like you are flying. And if it doesn't fly, then you don't need to do like that, isn't it? You have to remain as you are. Physical experiences. So I will try to say, duck, why are you silent? You don't want to fly. Duck. Dove. You still continue flying. What is happening? Dog. Dog. Are you flying? There is a dog. Could that fly?
Dog. The dog is not flying. But in my village, a dog flies. Peter? Mr. Peter, in my village, dog fly. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for this exercise. Oh, there's a session here. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me finish the team 4 and then come back to that. Okay. Now team 4. Team 4 is about the managing and protecting the water resources. So almost done. We finished the team of WASSMO today. Okay, so the training, as we said in the morning, is not to train the enumerator, it's just to give you the information on the parameters of the WASSMO, where to collect the information and when to report it. So your colleague at the county level will easily provide you this information and from other ministries. So here we have the team 4. If you remember in the presentation we did in the morning, the team 3 and team 4 were the two teams that we noticed the decrease in terms of the performance of our member states. So here we have the first is the water use efficiency. So you have the formula here. So here we are not at the university. So this one we include it in the WASSMO system. The system will generate automatically the water use efficiency. So from this one, you need to work with the ministry in charge of agriculture, the central bank, the Ministry of Finance, the agricultural ministry, and the ministry in charge of the industry. So all these value, I know for some countries it's not easy to get this value. So you see the GVA by agriculture, which is contribution of the GDP. When you see the GDP for our countries, most of the time you have the contribution for each sector. Okay, from the GDP, you have the contribution of each sector. So here we want to know the contribution of the agriculture in your GDP, the contribution of the industry in the GDP, the gross value add in the GDP, the volume of water withdrawn by agricultural sector, the volume of water withdrawn and used by industrial sector, and the volume of water withdrawn used by the service sector. So you check your GDP, you have the percentage of the contribution of each sector within the GDP, and you just select those sectors, the agriculture and the service. Okay, so for this one, working with the National Bureau of Statistics will be very easy to report this information for 2020. The other one here is the percentage of water recycled and reused. Okay, for many countries in the other part of the continent, this information is difficult because they are not reusing the water. Okay, in my country, for instance, they don't reuse the water, so it's difficult for them to report this information. Okay, so most of the time they will put 0 there because they say it's not, there is a rain there every day, 12 months to 12 they are raining, so there is no need for them to reuse the water, so and there's no need for them to report this. But for some countries that have some issue with the rain and others, they can easily report even the treatment of the wastewater. Some country does not treat the it's not easy. There is the treatment, maybe through the some of the hospital and others, but it's difficult to get the information of the volume of water treated, for instance. Yes, Enas, Engineer Enas.
My comment regarding 41B, go back to 41B.
This one?
Yes. Water use efficiency at all level. We sent before our documents on it because we put all the parameter in the formula, but the final result will give us insufficient. We don't know why. And when you asked Dr. Assa, he said that maybe the degradation means the physical economic efficiency, not physical efficiency. We don't know how what's the difference because we put all the parameter in the formula. So maybe the database itself need to be revised or.
Yes, I remember last year. So the issue was the database, because if you remember, even the level of water stress, it was difficult to generate the value. You input all the value of the water stress, but it was negative, if I recall. So there were two issues with the system. I hope we will correct that. We correct that. So what she's asking is about the computation through the system, because they input all the value of these parameters, but it was generating insufficient data, right? So the issue was at the level of the system, and we have tried to improve it this year. So we can see we will